The podcast on Haunted Hill will contain spoilers and swearing.
I am the devil, and I am here to do the devil's work.
Please help us, Michael. Be one of us.
I didn't tell you my name.
Hang up.
I didn't tell them my name.
They're all a part of it. They're all parts of it.
Come. It is time to keep your appointment.
Hello and welcome to the podcast on Haunted Hill, episode number
178.
Because I can't get it right. My name is Gav.
My name is
Dan.
Yay, and I can't get that right, so don't worry.
If it's the first, if you're just coming back to listen again, welcome back. And if it's your first time, welcome front.
But if you like to pop around now and again,
Round the side, up, down, in, out.
shake it all about, guys.
Who's your father?
Welcome to my dad.
Just playing a little game of Who's Your Father.
Welcome back, guys, or welcome for your first time, as Gav said.
Yep.
This is episode 178, exactly as I said, as Gav tried to say. and this is
Take two.
This is a bit of a director special, but also a bit of a franchise special.
It's more franchise.
You know, you already know because you clicked on the thumbnail, but we're covering Scream 2 and Scream 3. So we're going to be going back to the late 90s and to the year 2000 to discuss
Slasher
Ghostface.
films. It'd be nice
slashers.
to discuss sort of slashers around that time as well, after the resurgence of Scream, because you got the thing, other movies came out, didn't you, like the I know what you did, the Summer and Urban Legends and those types, where it was a bigger, higher produced slasher with attractive teens running around being
Even,
slashed up.
Even The Faculty and a few other ones that sort of fall into that category. I think there's a few of those, isn't there?
Yeah.
But also, the interesting thing about the Scream movies is, and the very, very clever thing about Kevin Williamson, who wrote Scream 1 and 2, and a lot of those movies you just mentioned, is him and Wes Craven did an incredible job of flipping the genre on its head and doing almost a Cabin in the Woods type thing with it, and creating this meta, sort of ripping open slasher movies, all the tropes, all the metaphors, and really saying, you know, this, you shouldn't be scared of a slasher movie because here is the blueprint for a slasher movie. However, we're going to do a slasher movie that falls with, still slightly within those blueprints, but also analyse them. It's because they're all film students for the most part as well. It's great. It's really clever stuff.
Oh, it's great that Kevin Williamson obviously came up with the idea first of all and being very meta, and this what hadn't really been done, because it was a lovely thing, especially as a horror fan. You're like, oh, they're horror fans as well. They're doing something for us, and we understand what they're saying. It's not a weird thing. I understand who the killer was in Friday the 13th Part 1 as questioned in the first Scream, you know. So it was really nice to have that. And then obviously having Wes Craven come on, obviously being a dude who started one of the icon slasher franchises with Freddy. It was a great stroke of genius, really, pairing those two together. It's like the Wise with Wes Craven, then like this new fresh look with the meta from Kevin Williamson. Just goes and makes it a pretty sweet fucking movie.
And it had been done before with Wes Craven, because A New Nightmare, when we get to it, but because we're obviously covering the Freddy movies, A New Nightmare was almost the blueprint for Scream, because that is making a Freddy movie, and the characters in that play themselves, the actors in that play themselves. Even Wes Craven is in it as himself, and Robert Englund. So it kind of had been done before. I was just looking to see who wrote. It was written by Wes Craven, The New Nightmare, not Kevin Williamson. But yeah, they're very interesting films. Obviously, Scream 1 holds a very special place in a lot of horror fans' hearts, particularly our generation. 96, I think it came out, so we were all probably 18. And they banged out another one a year later. We'll be covering it today, Scream 2.
Yeah, we discussed that and the banging out.
Yeah. And then obviously it's suddenly got a resurgence. And in fact, this is probably a good time to very quickly just look at before we talk about what we've been watching, just very quickly cover off the Scream franchise, really. We've already covered Scream 1 many moons ago for a Wes Craven special. That was 96. Like I say, Kevin Williamson wrote that. Scream 2, a year later. Strange that they got it out so quickly, but they did. Scream 3, 3 years later, which we're also covering in this episode. And then Kevin Williamson came back to write Scream 4. And that was produced by Wes Craven, and that was in 2011, so there was quite a long delay there. And then we thought that was kind of the end of it, really. But then 11 years after that, in 2022, Scream came out again. I find it confusing when films are called something that another film's called, particularly when it's in the same franchise. Do you know what I mean? But whatever. Scream 6. Scream 5, if you want to call it that. Then Scream 6 came out 1 year later, so they jumped straight back on that banging them out bandwagon, and we've got Scream 7 coming out next year. So Scream, it seems, is back, Gav.
So a slight delay then. When did Scream 6 come out?
February
Of this year?
2026.
No. Sorry, when did Scream 5 come out?
Oh, when did Scream 5 come out?
The last Scream movie that came out, when did that come out? What year?
2023.
So they're having a 3-year gap between this one then. Strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting, and there's a lot of bust-ups and arguments behind the scenes. Neve Campbell famously wasn't a fan, didn't want to come back really for Scream 3. That's why she's not in it as much or gets as much screen time. Scream time, I said then. I meant screen time. Yeah, and she still is unsure as to whether she'll ever come back in the franchise. But
yeah,
I've seen them all, apart from obviously the newest one, and I really enjoyed 5 and 6.
So 7's a new one coming out.
7 is the one that's coming out in 2026.
Okay, you confused me.
Yeah. I apologise.
I did see 5 in a cinema, and the next day forgot anything had happened, and just had no enjoyment whatsoever. Tried to watch it again, didn't get very far, didn't enjoy it. Haven't watched 6.
Scream 5 is probably my second favourite out of the whole franchise. Although, having watched Scream 2 again for this episode, it's kind of been elevated a little bit, because for me Scream 2 isn't quite a sequel, it's more of a extra layer to the first film, almost like Halloween 2 is for Halloween 1, that kind of thing, because it just ties up so neatly to it all.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Scream 2's definitely gone up in my estimations, actually.
Yeah, well, Scream 2 and Scream 3 both kind of bored me a little, which was like, annoyingly, watching films, you can have a lot more fun when you turn into a reviewer and then you're reviewing films, and I don't know, didn't enjoy them so much, which was a shame, because I was really looking forward to doing it for this franchise. I don't know why, but we'll discuss.
We will, and I think by the end of discussing Scream 2, you'll probably, I hope you'll be sort of thinking, yeah, it's good. We'll see. Scream 3, we'll talk about. I've got some issues with it.
But anyway, I know my lovely Sarah fucking hates teen slasher movies and is really upset that not really upset. She was a bit like, when we were doing this as an episode. But she's like, but I want to listen. But I was like, well, do the intro then, just don't bother with this episode. She goes, yeah, but I want to listen to you and Dan. I was like, well, you haven't seen the movies, so just do that, then you don't have to watch them. You know, she's seen the first Scream and stuff. She's just not a teen slasher fan.
Fair enough.
Body horror.
I am.
She likes things melting.
I think slashers are probably my favourite genre. I do love zombies, I do love werewolves, but for me, I do love... There's nothing better for me than an 80s slasher. I love we both love the Friday the 13th movies and that kind of thing. But Gav, I've got some breaking news for you before we get into what we've been watching.
That's like a cinema thing. I don't know why I did that, but appropriate.
Now, there's 2 pieces of news here, one of which you know, the other one you don't.
Okay.
We've got a new patron
I know, that's so exciting. And thank you, dear patron.
And what you don't know is we've got 2 new patrons.
Oh my God!
He's genuinely...
I didn't know that.
was
Wow,
yes.
that's so cool. Thank you.
Yes, so I'd like to thank...
The pressure is on. The pressure is on to deliver.
So Sheila is one of our newest patrons. Been liaising with her by email over the last couple of weeks. She's already got her patron picks sorted. We're bumping her up the list.
Yes. One of them I'm a very big fan of.
Yes, you are indeed. I won't ruin that yet. No, I can't. We won't talk about it yet. No. So thank you very much, Sheila. We'll talk more about you when it's your episode, but thank you so much for becoming a patron.
Yep.
Wonderful. And I hope Sheila won't mind me saying Sheila is visually impaired or blind, so really gets a kick out of listening to me and Gav deep dive and go into the films and describe sometimes in almost too much detail, but she gets a kick out of it, which is cool. So that's awesome, and it adds an extra layer to the podcast for me and Gav as well, knowing that we're able to give that to somebody as well. Then we have another patron, which you didn't know about.
That's so cool.
Who goes by the name of Schizophrenic Synapse.
Nice.
Who literally, as of recording, became a patron today.
Oh, fuck yeah. Nice one,
so
dude.
I haven't had a chance to email yet.
Oh, wow.
Synapse,
nice. You're getting a fresh shout-out. Well done.
Yeah. So you and Sheila will be getting your T-shirts when I get your address, Schizophrenic Synapse. That's going to be a mouthful to say every time.
That'll be in your email, won't it? Asking that stuff.
Yeah, I'll ask him that. But yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Oh, amazing. So, wicked.
We have a little army of patrons now, don't we? Now.
Yes.
Gav.
Yes.
It's time to talk about what we've been watching. But before we talk about what we've been watching, you are desperate to talk about Skeletor.
Well, no, I'm not desperate to talk about it, but I did think it was something we should talk about because you are a big He-Man fan. And
whatever told you that?
Obviously, not obviously, people don't know this, but there is a He-Man film currently in production, as in being shot. I even know who's going to be in one of our films. I even know the He-Man stand-in body double, who's going to be in one of our movies at the moment, is playing the body double for He-Man, so I know it's being shot. But
Idris Elba, isn't it? It's Man-at-Arms.
Yeah, it's a proper production, you know, like as in like a very full Hollywood type job. But yeah, I saw Jared Leto has been accused of being a bit of a slimy bugger. And then I looked up what he was doing. I was like, oh fuck, he's playing Skeletor. Yeah, so I guess it's because right now he's doing that in Tron. So right this moment, the producers of both of those films will be going, right, he needs to be out because he can't be in it. As soon as someone's been accused, even if they're not guilty, it tarnishes the whole production, and they know that, and it's about making money. So that means they are going to be, it's either how much do they shot of Skeletor, because he needs to be replaced, because that's going to make the budget bigger, which could make the film worse, because they might have to say we need to cut back on something else because he's a pervert.
I think
supposedly.
I think they're enough into production that they probably shot most of it.
Right.
Because from what I understand, the start of the movie takes place on Earth, and then Teela and Man-at-Arms come back to Earth, grab Adam, and say, Skeletor's fucked up, Eternia. You've got to come back.
I'm going to watch
Here's
this movie,
your sword.
by the way.
Mate, oh, come on, dude. Of course I am.
Yeah.
And yeah, when he gets back to Eternia, Skeletor, and it's got Beastman, Merman, Trapjaw. It's going back to the cartoons and the toys.
And they have great effects, like Beastman.
It's going Marvel. It's going full Marvel.
Okay. What's the studio?
I don't actually know the studio. I think it's Sony. Who do the Spider-Man movies and stuff like that. Right. Now, the thing with Jared Leto is he is a known sort of... He's always been on the thin ice. When he played Joker, and I know we talked about this off air, and I talked about this years ago as well, when he played Joker in those Zack Snyder movies, he famously apparently used condoms to Margot Robbie and other people to sort of get into the headspace of the Joker.
Anal beads, different things, because he was envisioning his character so much that he wanted to,
The Joker wouldn't do that. The Joker wouldn't send anal beads to Batman and Robin, would he?
I don't know.
Guess what? Here's my anal beads, Betty.
I don't know.
I use them.
But yeah, okay. So I don't know with the situation of that what they're going to do, but it's really weird though. You always get these guys because they're always sort of fairly sort of handsome men, aren't they? And they're just like
perverts.
Yeah, and it's just like, why? I don't understand. It's like even P. Diddy, or currently on trial, and I'm not saying obviously these people are guilty because they haven't been proven yet, so we don't want any cease and desist coming our way.
Baby oil.
But like, I don't understand why when that, like, P. Diddy, I was thinking about this earlier, he at some point when he was younger, he's like, I want to be a rapper or something, or I want to be a producer of hip hop music. I really like something that was sparked in him, which was pure, which was out of creativity and artistry. And then at some point, he wasn't happy with being at a position where he could do stuff, and just,
So he was corrupted, but also tempted by great power.
Yeah, and
almost like He-Man.
knew what that corruption could
and
do,
it's the
so
same
he
with
could
Jared
corrupt
Leto.
people. Yeah.
Jared Leto is a very
But why
handsome...
can't he just be happy?
He's an actor, he's in a band, and he has power over people, particularly women, I guess. And
I just don't understand it.
It's a common trend,
But
unfortunately.
they get to a point, it's like, cool, you've got to what you wanted to achieve. Okay, live that and be happy.
Unless they just lean into it in the He-Man movie and just make him a full-on horrible skeleton pervert.
No, because it's not going to work. Because he has to be taken out because the money producers right now are going absolutely no way, and there are people who do the numbers below them are going, you're correct. Like not the financial numbers, but the viewing numbers. Yeah, you're correct. If he stays in it, there's going to be people who boycott us, and there'll be like a group go, we are the boycott, and they come up with a name and a slogan, and it turns into a whole thing. No way, he needs to be replaced. Same straight as that.
It's not like it hasn't been done before, so you might not know this, Gav, but the MCU isn't supposed to be how it is right now. So with the Ant-Man movie, the third Ant-Man movie, the bad guy in that was played by an actor called Jonathan Majors, and he was also then in the Loki series, and he was going to be Kang the Conqueror, and he was going to be the big bad guy like Thanos for the next sort of 12 movies or something. But just after he made Loki season 1, and just after he made Ant-Man and the Wasp 3, and then was in the production of Loki season 2, he beat up his girlfriend and strangled her and went to court and got accused of it all. And Marvel were like, we make films for families, you're done. And they fired him, had to really scratch their heads about what they do, and that's why Robert Downey Jr. is coming back as Doctor Doom. They replaced, and they've had to rewrite a dozen or so movies. You know how far ahead they think.
Yeah.
Because, so it's not like it hasn't been done before. It really fucks studios up when this sort of thing happens,
Oh,
doesn't
of course, yeah. No, it hasn't been done before. Yeah, that's what's going to happen.
But it's very sweet of you to think of me and Skeletor when you read about Jared Leto's perversions.
I thought, oh no, my little
Dan's going to be a bit
Dan.
sad.
My little Dan's going to have a He-Man issue, because I thought, oh no, that's going to fuck up production, because it is going to, at some point, put more financial strain on it. So hopefully that won't deter from the actual visual finished product.
It looks great from the behind the scenes I've seen, but obviously it's far from completed yet. They've got all the effects work to do yet, so we'll see what happens. Talking of things coming out, Gav, before we get into what we're watching, I watched the trailer the other day. There's a new series coming out on Disney Plus, or Hulu in America, which is Alien Earth.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Did you see the trailer?
Yeah, there was a teaser thing, is that it?
Yeah, it's like 2 minutes long.
Oh,
It looks good, doesn't it?
Well, the teaser I saw was just a planet of the Earth, planet Earth. So I've
No,
not seen it then.
there's a trailer. Yeah, there's
Right.
like a 2 minute trailer. It's it looks great, and obviously it's aliens on Earth. It's set between, I think it's set between like Alien 1 and 2 or something like that, or Alien 2 and 3. I can't remember now, but yeah, it looks great. They've got facehuggers, they've got xenomorphs in it, but obviously it's on Earth, slightly in the future. I think it's 8 episodes. And sometimes I roll my eyes when I hear that they're making a TV show out of one of my beloved films. But you know what? This looks like it's going to be all right. So, yeah, I'm up for it. Bit of alien goodness.
Did you watch that Predator film, didn't you? The animated
I
one?
did.
Any good?
Well, that's a good segue. Wow, it was good. So
I'm going to
Predator
do it with
is-
Elijah.
It's called Predator Killer of Killers. Just hit Disney Plus as well. It is animated, but it's by Dan Trachtenberg, who did Prey. And he's got the new Predator Badlands movie that comes out at the end of this year. So he's got 2 Predator movies coming out this year, this being one of them. So Predator Killer of Killers is animated, but like adult animation. It's basically 4 chapters. Chapter 1 is about Vikings versus a predator. Chapter 2 is about a ninja and a samurai versus a predator.
So, carry on.
Chapter 3 is about World War II dogfighting pilots versus a predator.
This is where all these things are coming out, and no one knew what was going on. We didn't know what film was coming. Is it a World War II one? Is it right? So this is,
And then the final chapter,
because I wanted a
is-
World War II film.
well, the final chapter is they all get brought into the arena, like an arena, and they meet the predators. I won't say any more than that. But then it ties into a Predator film in one of the Predator films in the franchise as well. So it's brilliant.
Is it animated Arnie?
No, sadly not. No spoilers, but you're not going to get Arnie in it. But Arnie hasn't said. I'm not done with Dutch. So he might come back, because I think they'll probably do another
Course he
animated
will.
one.
Course
And
he
of course,
will.
animated, you can draw him as younger, and it'd be brilliant. But honestly, Predator Killer of Killers was incredible. Ninjas, samurais, Vikings, and there's a dogfight. Seeing the Predator actually fly their ship, and you've got Nazis, you've got the American pilots, and they're all fighting each other. And then there's just the Predator ship in the middle as well.
Just chilling
And you're
out.
like, whoa, this is crazy, so cool. But my favourite chapter was probably the ninjas and the samurais fighting the Predator. Of course,
Well, there's one good thing with animation and comics and stuff. Like, obviously, we do comics and stuff, and we could not make movies of the comics we make. That's for sure. But
I mean, those movies are out there.
they probably are. But yeah, thrown off that segue there. But yes, what I'm saying is, with animation, as I was saying, same with writing. You can just go anywhere you want with it. If you're doing like a cartoon, you can have dogfights in the air with different vehicles, things like that. Where you could do it, obviously, but it's a bit quicker and easier to do with animation.
It's really good, really dope. It looks great. The violence is good. It's Dan Trachtenberg, so it all ties in nicely. And I just absolutely love the Predator. I think I've said this a million times. The Predator is probably my favourite alien character in movies. He's so cool. There's a purpose. He's a hunter. It's all a sport to him. And even some of the lesser movies in the franchise, I still will go back and watch, because apart from Alien vs Predator 2, that was shit, as we've talked about. But I like all the other ones. Talking of action, though, you've been getting your action kicks, haven't you? You've watched a couple of old action movies from the 80s.
Yeah, Sarah and I checked out a couple of things. Checked out Police Story, Jackie Chan, which was enjoyable. Like I said to you, it's good. There's a lot of talking stuff, but obviously you can't. It'd be too hard and too painful on them to have fight sequences for 90 minutes. But no, it's longer than that though. It should have been 90 minutes. It was a little bit longer than that. They could have cut down the speaking a little bit and made it a nice tidy 90, but it was good. And the hexagon, no, the octagon, the triangle, the square. Chuck Norris, cheesy old Chuck Norris, fucking hell. Every time you see him, he's such a cheeser. He really is, and he looks so straight. He looks like your mate's dad. He just looks like, and he doesn't look like he can fucking jump up and swing around and kick people in the head with like ease. He doesn't look like that. He looks, I don't know. He drives a Vauxhall Astra.
He's just a normal looking guy with a beard. He looks like a geography teacher.
He just doesn't look like it. Where like. With other ones, you can kind of see it a bit. You can't with him. He just looks so straight, but he can kick ass.
It's because of the beard. He looks like a geography teacher, I think. But
yeah, definitely.
You're right about him looking like a dad as well. But he's the sort of dad who would be like, boys, I don't want any more noise coming from that bedroom. You turn the music down, and you keep quiet, and you'd just be like, oh shit, sorry.
He's gonna come in and start 360 head kicking us all.
Sorry, Mr. Norris.
And the movie itself, me and Sarah were like, yeah, sweet, and thought it was going to be more like a Mad Max movie or something, where it's more like in the octagon for the most of the movie. And it wasn't. It's right at the end. Yeah, the octagon. I was like, for fuck's sake. What a waste. The movie's called The Fucking Octagon, not right at the end. Come on. So that was a shame, but there's some good fights and stuff here and there.
So,
because I said Sarah, very quickly, I said Sarah, she's like, what do you watch? I was like, I don't know, I want ninjas, car chases, laser guns, and boobs. And I got all of them as a side boob. There's one car chase, and there's a ton of ninjas, but there's no laser guns. But I got all of that. So I was pretty happy. Sorry, Carol.
You wouldn't get boobs in a Jackie Chan movie. That's what I'll say.
No, but we did in Chuck Norris as a side boob.
That Octagon movie, I'd never seen it until about 10, 12 years ago. Me and you went to a car boot sale together. And do you remember I found that guy had like 6 Chuck Norris movies on VHS? And I was like, I'm going to buy these. And they were like 25p each. And I just bought all of them. I can't remember all the ones I got now, but they were like the same box art on all of them, because you know, like when Woolworths would do like the box office, the Chuck Norris collection. Yeah. So I got the Octagon. Yeah, I was a bit disappointed with it as well. It's not one of his best
shame.
films.
Yeah, I've been looking for really looking into VHS tapes at the moment, keeping my eye out on Facebook Marketplace, and when I go to the car boot sales, because I recently got a new video player, which is super nice. Which previous episodes you can go back and listen to me talking about my video recorder if you want to. But yeah, I've been looking for videotapes and shit for different movies. There's still stuff around, a lot of crap, a lot of average normal shit, the odd cool thing here and there, but I'm looking for like the big old school boxes and like rare horror and stuff like that, really, rather than the average movie. But yeah, they're still out there. They are still there.
But funnily enough, I've got Scream 1 and 2 on VHS. But I didn't watch Scream 2. I've got the DVD box set. Back when it was just a trilogy, I bought the box set on DVD thinking, well, that'll look great on the shelf. Then they released a 4th one and a 5th and a 6th. So it's kind of fucked it for me now.
But by 4th, they definitely didn't have VHS copies.
No, they wouldn't have had that then.
No.
Well, that's cool. I've watched 2 other movies.
Scream 3 very quickly. It must have been like a real close to them stop making VHS tapes. The last videotape I actually bought brand new from HMV was Resident Evil, the first one. And that was around, I reckon that's almost the end of them making videotapes for movies.
Well, I know for a fact that one of the last films to be released on VHS was Men in Black 3, because I bought that one I gave you, that DVD VHS combo, when I bought that, it came with a free copy of Men in Black 3 on VHS. And apparently that is one of the last films in the UK to get released on VHS.
Imagine how at one point they were just like, Barry and Bob are sitting there in their factory doing the VHS pressings. And Bob, do you know what, Barry? This is the last ones we're doing. It's like, what? This is the last ones we're doing? Like, oh, forever. So they're just like standing there, just watching the last videos go down the conveyor belt with their hands up to Men in Black 3 with their hands to their heads, like saluting.
Of all the films.
Goodbye, dear VHS. You've done well.
Well, I've watched a vampire film and I've watched a werewolf film.
Tell me about them.
I watched Nosferatu last night.
Tell us all about them.
I watched Nosferatu last night. Robert Eggers' Nosferatu.
Yes.
I sat down. I was in the mood for it. I had an offer from Prime to rent it very cheap, and I thought, fuck it, I'll do it. So I rented it and I watched it last night.
Bet you loved it.
I didn't love it.
Oh, okay, good.
I did enjoy it.
Good, no?
I did enjoy it.
Yeah, there's stuff to enjoy. Yeah.
I understand it's not for everyone. I know you didn't like it, and I know quite a few people didn't. But I did really like the acting in it. I thought Lily Rose Depp was incredible. I thought,
that
obviously,
fucking forehead.
I thought Nosferatu was incredible. Count Orlok was incredible. The makeup, it's pretty much all practical. Even the snow was practical. They used frozen potato chips, which apparently is what they used to use in the 30s and 40s and 50s.
That's right.
Yeah, I thought it looked incredible, and to be honest with you, I was in the mood for it. I think if I'd have watched it on a day when my mind was elsewhere, I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. But because I was very tired and sort of glued to the sofa, I just kind of sank into it, and it took me places. It's almost stylistically, it's almost like Dracula, Gary Oldman, but that does it a lot better, in my opinion.
Dracula's the best telling,
because it's snappier, but this is great, and it's a good showcase for the actors, and it's a good showcase for Robert Eggers, and he's certainly in 4 films got a style now. We talked about this in the past. In only 4 films, you could look at a scene from one of his films and say, that's Robert Eggers.
Yeah, of course.
But the trouble is, he started off with The Witch, and as we know, that's a fucking phenomenal movie. I still really like The Lighthouse, and I still really, really like The Northman. But
I have a chest tattoo of Black Phillip, is how much I like The Witch.
You do. Does thou want to live deliciously with Black Phillip? He was in it as well.
Come on, Black Phillip. Yeah. I almost watching it though. There's those bits of the Black Plague, and I was like, I wish you had just made a Black Plague movie. That would have been fucking well good, because the Gothic sets look so good, and I love that idea going on. But it's just, I didn't know I've not seen the original Nosferatu, so I didn't know what the idea of Nosferatu was. And I knew it was like the telling of Dracula in a way, but then when I watched it, I was like, there's nothing, it just didn't feel right. But I didn't enjoy it. I had a day where I couldn't get into the gym, and I wanted to get my pump on, and I couldn't. I was frustrated. So I was already in like the thing, and then I went to cinema for it. If I had been you sitting at home on my sofa and going, I could chill out of this and turn the lights down, and I'd probably chilled with it a bit better. Do you know what I mean? But still, I wouldn't come out of it going, oh, amazing. It's like,
I think I gave it 6 out of 10.
Yeah.
Because it looks great. It's well acted.
Yeah, visually it looks great. Yeah, but
it just didn't quite hit the nail in the coffin. But there is another movie I watched the night before, which I really liked. And I hear a lot of people not liking this, and that's Wolfman from this year.
Yeah, I didn't mind it. I'll very quickly say my thoughts, and obviously you can go. I didn't mind it at all. I thought it was okay. The casting was terrible. I thought the man and woman, awful pairing, and looked like there was ever any chemistry, ever. They were awful pairing together. Apart from that, yeah, it's right.
I thought the casting was wonderful.
What?
I thought the dad is an incredible actor and really conveyed what he was going through. Now, the reason I really love this movie,
it was very much like the Fly.
Yes, it was, but it was also, and by the same obviously director and writer, it was like Invisible Man, which came out recently.
Yeah,
now,
Lee
Invisible
Winnell.
Man was a metaphor for domestic violence and feeling like people don't believe what's going on. This was a metaphor for generational trauma, passing on anger that your dad passed on to you, or whatever it might be. Men trying to sort of be the man of the household and be testosterone-y. But it was also a metaphor for genital diseases and still loving someone even though they're not quite themselves anymore. And I've really, really loved all of that. And as a parent, now, I say a new parent, they're 4 now, but as a relatively new parent as well, I got a kick out of some of the stuff he was saying and the scripting, and I thought his acting, his wife in it, she's in the new Fantastic Four movie as the Silver Surfer. She's all right.
I thought he would okay. I think she should have been replaced with someone else.
He is a really favourite actor of mine, actually. He was in a series called Girls that me and my wife watched. He's great.
I've never seen him.
I liked the Wolfman. I didn't think it... I know people dissed the Wolfman look, but it was more like Werewolf of London kind of style of Wolfman.
Wasn't there some teeth coming out of mouth transition type stuff going on?
No, his teeth fell out and stuff. But it showed a really good look at how it is a form of a disease like vampirism, and also gave you that wolf vision, so when he sees...
Yeah.
And there was also some elements of, I won't go into it without spoiling it, but there were some elements of dog soldiers and stuff in it as well for me, and how the werewolf might actually not know that they're the baddie, a bit like in Dog Soldiers, they're just guarding their territory. Yeah. So all in all, really enjoyed Wolfman.
It's worth a watch, for sure.
Out of the 3 movies I've watched this week, Killer of Killers is absolutely fucking phenomenal. Wolfman is great, and we don't get a lot of werewolf movies, so 100% worth a watch for anyone who hasn't seen it. Nosferatu, if you're in the mood for a longer film, because it is about 2.5 hours long, I know a lot of people absolutely love it, but equally the same amount of people absolutely hated it, so make of it what you will. But yeah, that's what I've been watching. So it's nice to actually tell you I've been watching some films, particularly newer films. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. And you said you've been changing your mind so you can stay up later.
Yeah, so with the kids, they get up about, so this is for our listeners, Gav, you know this already. My kids tend to get up between the hours of 4 and 5 a.m., especially now it's summer. So I'm usually up a little bit before them. So the latest I'm up most days is like 5 a.m., and then obviously we get them off to nursery. Then I do a full day of work, and then it's bedtime. And by the time I've sat down, it's sort of 8 p.m. And then I really honestly go to bed before 9 p.m. most nights. Mm-hmm. And I'm asleep by 9 p.m. most nights. However, I'm sick of doing that for the last year. So, because I miss watching films. I just don't get to do it very often. So the last week I've been training myself to stay up. And that's how I've watched these movies. And there've been movies that have excited me because I've wanted to watch them as well. And I think that's helped because, if you just put on something you've seen a million times, you'll just fall asleep to it. So I'm watching stuff I haven't seen. And yeah, I've been going to bed at like 10:30, 11 o'clock the last few nights, Gav.
Nice.
Look at me, I'm a big boy.
Well done.
Oh. But before we get into Scream 2, unless there's anything else you've watched that you wanted to talk about.
Not really. I've got to tell you about a little while ago. I had about a week and a half of insomnia, and felt like I was had newborn children again.
Oh God!
It lasted about a week and a half, and it started from me going to the gym at midnight, working out to like 1 a.m. I did it 2 nights in a row. I think I did it when we were podcasting after we finished podcasting, and it kicked off insomnia. Just kicked it off because I couldn't sleep when I got in. I did 2 nights in a row, and that was it. But yeah,
it's a delicate balance. And while we're talking about that, because it's something we've both talked about, and a lot of people do sort of say they love the fact that we talk about mental health and men's mental health and stuff like that. I've talked about this before, as recommended by you and a couple of other friends. I've been taking this Lion's Mane gummies for about 4 months now, and I felt some effects about a week or two into it, which is great, and I definitely feel sharper. No. I definitely feel sharper. I haven't had to use my glasses. It has actually sharpened up my vision a bit. However, in the last 2 weeks, my sleep has been incredible because although I'm up early and I'm to bed early or whatever, and I often have broken sleep.
Is your mind calm?
I have this calm mind. I fall asleep so quickly. And also, Gav, I cannot explain to you. It's like I'm in a coma when I sleep. Like I'm in the deepest sleep. Such a peaceful, deep sleep. And even if I'm waken up at like 1 a.m. by one of the kids with a nightmare, it's fine. I'll snap out of the dream and go and deal with them. But it's just that sleep I'm getting is just more meaningful. And I do think... They do say it takes a good 3 to 6 months for them to properly kick in. And that's why people give up, because they're so expensive.
Took me like 6 weeks.
Yeah, well, I'm about 4 months in now, and I'm really feeling a different type of sleep. And I'm assuming it's because of the Lion's Mane mushroom gummies.
Yeah, it's just wiring stuff back up and just calming you down. I don't have anxiety anymore. So I recommend if you really struggle with anxiety, Lion's Mane mushrooms, really good supplement to have. I'm hoping to have a good night's sleep tonight. I've not had a full night's sleep for a long time. I keep waking up. So I'm hoping to do it tonight, actually.
Just have a big old wank before you go to sleep. Oh, shit, sorry, I didn't say that. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that on the podcast.
If you struggle from sleeping, masturbation is absolutely fine, people.
Dr. Gav, he'll be back next week with more tips. Have a wank!
Have a cheeky one. Right, on that note...
On that note,
I'm not going to have a cheeky one. On that note, shall we...
Do you want me to go through the Randy's rules now, or do you want me... Randy? Oh, hello. Do you want me to go through Randy's rules now?
No.
Or do you want... Should we... No. All right, we'll just do that later then.
Do that when we get back in the screen. That way Sarah can tune out if she doesn't want to listen to the Scream reviews. She might like
the Randy's rules. If you miss the S out on that one, you're fucked, really, aren't you? I've got a list of Randy rules.
Funny enough, 2 other films that Sarah and I started watching. We didn't get through the other one. Carry On, I want camping, but it's Carry On. They were at a campsite though. Oh, it was quite good. Carry On something. But anyway, but please, can we start our side podcast? Carry On podcasting. It's calling for us. I think we just choose the episodes that we like rather than do them all, because it's some of them are not as titillating. But we could call it the titillating years.
The problem is, Gav, that you're getting into some really un-PC territory there. Those films are full of blackface, women being pinched on the bum.
No, they're not.
They are.
No, they're not.
Sid James is going around slapping girls on the butts, going, "Oh, they're going to knock us on that."
I think we should.
Maybe.
Anyway.
We've covered one. We did Carry On Screaming about 10 years ago, didn't we?
Fucking hell. Wow.
What a great movie.
Yeah. Right, come on, let's do this.
Trailer for Scream 2. Take it away.
2 Windsor College students were murdered last night during a sneak preview of the new movie Stab.
It's starting again, Randy.
This has nothing to do with us.
Randy, a guy in a ghost mask hacked up 2 people in the movie theater telling our life story. Hi, Gail Weathers, author of the Woodsboro murders. Do you think the killer will strike again?
We have no evidence that this is a serial killer.
It's a classic case of life imitating art, imitating life.
Are you suggesting that someone's trying to make a real-life sequel?
Do you think someone's trying to duplicate Woodsboro?
It looks like it.
I think you have a copycat on your hands, Chief.
Hello?
Hello, Sydney. Remember me?
What do you want?
I want you. It's showtime.
Police are everywhere.
If there is some freaked out psycho trying to follow in Billy Loomis's footsteps, you probably already know.
The way I see it, someone's out to make a scene. So it's our job to observe the rules of the scene. Number 1, the body count is always bigger. Number 2, death scenes are always much more elaborate.
You just want to sit here and wait and see who drops next?
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Scream 2 from 1997, rated 18. 2 hours. Doesn't need to be 2 hours. Come on, let's keep these slashers to 90 people. Come on. A masked killer purses a student and her friends. Why do I say purses? It's pursues.
Because IMDb
has spelled it wrong. Error. So that is it. It's a pretty short and to the point. A masked killer pursues a student and her friends. 6.3 out of 10. Dan, you like this film, don't you?
I do, yeah. As we say, it's directed by our Wes Craven, our wonderful Wes. Rest in peace, sir. And it's written by the wonderful Kevin Williamson, who really knows how to write a teen horror film, whether it's a slasher or I believe he wrote The Faculty as well, a few other bits and bobs. Yeah, it's great. It's the icing on the cake to Scream 1. You could just watch Scream 1 and leave it at that. But if you come and watch Scream 2, you could double bill them. Takes place 2 years later, brings back everyone who's still alive, does some unexpected things, as you would imagine with a Scream film, and kind of rewrites the rules a little bit again. I saw this at the cinema. I'm sure you did as well. We were very lucky in that period to be getting so much decent horror, some of it not so much, but we went to see what we could, whether it was Ghost Ship or The Faculty or whatever it might be. Yeah, it's decent. I like it, but we will deeply dive into it in just a moment. Before we do that, though, Gav, Randy's rules.
Randy's rules.
Everybody knows that Scream came up with the concept of these are the rules to survive a slasher film.
Yeah.
And Randy gets to tell us these rules in most of the films.
And who's Randy?
Someone does. Randy was played by, what's his face? Can't remember his name now. You know the guy.
I'll tell you in a second. You keep talking.
Yeah. Who is in Scream 1 and Scream 2.
Jamie Kennedy.
Thank you very much. And shows up again. He's got a podcast now. I listen to it sometimes.
Yeah.
And he shows up again in Scream 3 briefly as well. But his rules are as follows. So in Scream 1, these are his rules to survive a horror film. Don't have sex. Don't drink. Don't do drugs. And never say, I'll be right back, or who's there, or hello. Don't say any of those things. Don't do any of those things.
Don't say hello.
As in, like, hello. Like when you hear a noise in the basement or something. Because you'll die.
So basically, don't have any fun.
Don't have any fun. If you're at Camp Crystal Lake, be good. Play the guitar, sing Kumbaya.
Kumbaya, my lord, Kumbaya.
As soon as you whip out your willy or smoke a doobie, Jason's coming at you, or whoever the killer is in the world that you're in.
I told you not to get your willy out. Not you.
Scream 2. Now, what Scream 2 cleverly does is it dissects sequels. Obviously, it is a sequel, keeping with the meta. And we'll get into that as we deep dive it. But it's really clever at looking at what sequels do or what they should do. So Randy's rules for a sequel are: the body count is always bigger. The death scenes are always much more elaborate, bloodier, and gorier. Because obviously they want to be better than the original. And then there's a third rule that he starts to describe, but he gets cut off. But apparently the third rule is never, ever, under any circumstances, assume that the killer is dead. And we know this from the Scream movies, because you always get a surprise pop-up at the end. So there's your 3 rules in Scream 2 for sequels.
You could take that last rule and put it in any of the films, though, even in the first. Not assuming the killer's dead.
Bullet to the head, Gav.
Bullet to the head.
Sure. Scream 3. So again, when we get to that later this episode, dissecting a trilogy or a third episode or film in a series. So in Scream 3, the killer is always going to be probably superhuman this time.
Okay.
So you can't stab them, you can't shoot them.
Yeah.
So he actually says, basically, you've got to cryogenically freeze his head, because even decapitating him won't work.
Where's he getting it? Where's he getting this from?
It's Randy.
But
Randy.
I'm thinking about it. Halloween 3. No, it was it's fucking totally different movie. Friday the 13th 3D. Not really. He gets the fucking mask. But
his other rules in Scream 3, or for third films in series, are anyone, including the main character, can die. And he directs that at Sid. He says, this means you, Sid. And his other rule is, the past always comes in the ass. Whatever you think you know about the past, forget it, because the past is not real. So any sins you think you committed in the past are about to break out and destroy you. In other words, they always flip something that you thought was a fact in the first film and in the third one. Like Return of the Jedi, they flip it and you realise Luke and Leia are brother and sister.
Yeah.
So they always, for the third one, they've got to flip something that you've been comfortable with. 2 films.
The internet broke when you said that. So you said the past comes in your arse. It's pretty much what you said. So
past comes back to bite you in the ass.
Right. I thought the past was just having some fun.
Now, he's got some rules. Well, someone's got some rules in Scream 4. Scream 4 is don't fuck with the original. The death scenes have to be as extreme as possible.
He said that for part 2. He's talking out his arse, isn't he?
And in the 4th movie, virgins can die. You have to have an opening sequence in the 4th one, an elaborate opening sequence. And then his final rule, or the final rule, is if you want to survive a modern day horror film, you've got to be gay.
Yeah.
So there we go.
Okay.
I don't even think gay characters exist anymore.
No, I think he's talking out his arse. In fact, he died in the first one, and he's in all of them. No, he died in the second. Second, sorry. In the news. We'll get to that. Yeah.
We'll get to that. But the point being with all of that is these movies kind of did that blueprint meta thing. As I've said, Cabin in the Woods did it. Freddy's New Nightmare did it before all of these. But they're very clever at dissecting what we expect in a slasher or a sequel to a slasher or a trilogy of slashers and flip it on its head, but also delivering what we kind of been expecting as well. I don't know how they do it, but they do it, and they do it quite well. And actually with Scream 2, I didn't jump because I've seen it a billion times, but I can imagine there are some bits in it that would make someone who's never seen it before jump, or sort of been, oh my God. And there's some really great tension in it from Wes. There's a couple of movies especially. Even in Scream 3, there's some good tension. And we'll get to that again. I'm not going to go down that route yet. We bring back, in this movie, Neve Campbell, Courtney Cox, David Arquette as Dewey, bless him, with his little theme tune that he's got. We also get the usual crew of cameos, people that will just show up. Heather Graham, Jada Pinkett Smith, Omar Epps.
Well, let's go for this, because what's really interesting with this film... Now, this film was rushed into production because Weinstein's are like, brilliant, you know, it's fucking making loads of money. Quick, let's get another one going, as they do. And it's rushed. I do like, though, the idea of showing a stab movie. Now, if you haven't seen this, Sarah, you've not seen this film, if you're still with us and you haven't gone to sleep. I like the fact that the stab movie is basically the Scream killings from the first one in the town of Woodsboro were so like popular as like a true crime situation that happened that nationwide a film came out and became presumably a worldwide slasher film hit, and it was called A Stab. So running coherently with the film alongside is Stab, this other film, which so what's brilliant about this, especially in part 3, is that this is introduces the film again, and it gives you the first film again. We get to see the first film in the cinema at the beginning of part 2, which is weird but so fucking out there cool. What an idea. I think it works perfectly. And then in the third one, we actually go on a set of them making a stab movie where Lance Henriksen's a producer of it and stuff. It's so genius. It takes the metaverse idea from the original to such an extreme amount, and I'm very proud of them for doing such a good job for a year to do it, rushing it out again. Presumably Kevin Williamson probably, as a writer, does have ideas for sequels in their heads anyway. You know, you're starting to write something and you just start to go, oh, well, you know, I can imagine that character going off and doing this and doing that. So you have sort of ideas. So you probably had a slight blueprint of stuff. But I think they did really well carving this stab film.
Well, it adds another layer of meta, because already the film, we're watching this film that's breaking down horror movies and the rules of horror movies.
Yeah, it takes meta to the fucking 11.
And then in the second one, we're watching the film that does all of that stuff I've just said, but also then has a film within it, which is essentially remaking the first film.
Which is where all these cameos you were speaking of, Heather Graham, etc., are playing the characters we saw in the first film.
And then in Scream 3, they almost overtake themselves with a time machine, because they're making Stab 3 in Scream 3, which is kind of ahead of what's happening in Scream 3.
Which is a story, essentially, for Scream 3's movie to be a movie for us to watch.
Yeah. So it's incredibly well crafted.
Yeah.
And although Kevin Williamson didn't write the third one, I still think it's very well written, although Wes Craven hated the majority of the script and rewrote a lot of it.
Yeah.
I cannot remember who wrote it, but he rewrote a lot of that script. Yeah. You can tell Wes Craven definitely had, you know, some fingerprints on that. But Scream 2, yeah, you've also got Sarah Michelle Gellar in this, Joshua Jackson, and a bunch of other people are in this. It's got a great cast, and probably one of my favourite villains in this, played by Timothy Olyphant as well. And it gives it, again, something that the Scream movies do is, when we watch a slasher from the 80s, we can tell who it is from the beginning, really. They pretty much telegraph who it's going to be. In Scream 1, it was hard to figure out who it was going to be. The fact that it was two killers, that was brilliant. Scream 2 keeps you guessing so much as to who the killer can be. Scream 3 probably goes a bit too far, because by that point, literally everyone in the room could be Ghostface, even Sydney. You're like, well, who the fuck is it? And it happens to be someone quite random in a way that's weirdly tied to Sydney. But I still think they do a great job of keeping you guessing as to who's going to be the killer and, you know, who's going to die. You don't know who's going to die. And that's the threat with the Scream movies is anybody can die.
And anyone be the killer. I very quickly, like almost the history of slasher films, really. I love the whole idea of the murder mystery. And then there was these German films called Krimis, which were like crime films which had a little bit of gore and stuff. But then it sort of went over to Italy, where they brought Giallo, and Mario Bava, being the godfather of slashers, brought out Bay of Blood, which Friday the 13th famously took some kills from. But he introduced like this idea of the murder mystery, the whodunit, the masked killer, the black glove killer, with graphic violence and nudity. And yeah, I love it. I still love it now. I love murder mystery with a killer.
Well, I was about to say, it's probably why you and I gravitate towards slasher movies, because we both really love
idea.
Detective or thriller movies. We love Columbo, even Murder, She Wrote. We love these kind of detective shows. We love these thriller movies like Seven and Silence of the Lambs. We love all that kind of stuff. And then if you put it into the world of horror, making it into a slasher with a mystery/thriller element, we're there. We absolutely love it. We eat it up.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, let's kick off then. So we start off Scream 2 with a cinema that is showing Stab. And as you've described, Stab is the retelling of the Woodsboro murders. So you've got to imagine the cast, you know, the characters in the first movie have been through a traumatic experience where they've all been injured.
Played by people, but that's what happens, though.
They've been played on the big screen now by random people.
That does happen. Sometimes you get they don't even know. They don't even get consulted sometimes because there'll be a certain reason they don't need to be. And all of a sudden, from they're being played. Their name might be changed, but they're playing that character. Do you know what I mean? They can get around it. So yeah, it is what it is.
Now, as we remember, we were tricked in Scream 1 the first time we saw it because Drew Barrymore was killed off in the opening scene. And we get a similar scene here where we've got two big actors, Jada Pinkett Smith.
Take that name out your motherfucking mouth.
It was a joke, man. G.I. Jane.
Slap.
Come on. Jada Pinkett Smith and
What
Omar
did I
Epps.
just say?
They're on a date together and they've gone
She's
to
got short
watch.
hair in this as well. I noticed.
She looks great.
She ain't moaning about her short hair or whatever.
Yeah. But, well, she's got a disease that makes her webs grow out.
I know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really been a fan of her. She was in Tales from the Dark Side. No, Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knights possibly, or the other one.
Demon Knights. Demon Knights she was in.
I think she's okay in that, but I've never really. Was she in Minister Society or something as well? I feel like she is Trey's girlfriend in Minister Society, maybe.
She was in Set It Off as well, about the girl bank robbers, the Queen Latifah. She's she's an established actress.
I've not seen Set It Off. Very good.
Oh, it's decent.
I like heist
really
films.
Good soundtrack. Yeah, it's good. 4 women who are down on their luck decide, fuck it, we're going to rob banks.
Oh, I'll have to watch it.
It's good stuff.
I don't like Queen. I never liked Queen Latifah.
It feels a bit Spike Lee.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of a bit hood, you know?
Don't like Spike Lee.
Yeah, you fucking do.
Everyone's gonna be like, you don't like fucking anything. Get off his lawn.
Well, look, Jada and Omar are on a date to go and watch Stab. Now, they discuss that she didn't want to go and see a horror
don't
film
want
about
it.
some white girl with her tits out, getting hacked up.
It's just, like, basically, guys, there's this new slasher out in the cinema. Dude's like, I reckon if she goes along, she's going to be like, oh, protect me. And he's going, yeah, of course. Oh, I'm so scared. No worries. Put your hand in the popcorn. Have a feel around. What's that? You don't need to be scared. You're with your boyfriend. You're with me, you know. And that situation is going to rise. This is what he thinks is going to happen. So he's off to watch Stab. But she doesn't like horror movies.
She wants to go and watch. She wants to go watch the Sandra Bullock movie down the block.
Yeah,
but eventually.
But she goes, all right, come on then.
Now we've got some House on Haunted Hill type stuff going in. So when they get to the cinema, they get given a costume, like a mask and a fake knife.
Like promo shit.
And they have like ghost faces on wires spinning up through the audience as well.
It's very William Castle.
William Castle, that's the kind of stuff that they were doing here. And it's really cool. She's obviously not happy about it. She sort of says, Do you know that in horror movies, the black people are always the first people to die? She gives him that whole speech, and he makes a funny joke about, I want to see an all-black movie with an all-black cast, black-eyed peas, and he just does this whole thing. He's very funny, Omar Epps.
The film starts, and I do love the fact it's Heather Graham playing basically Drew Barrymore's character from the first film, and it's great. We're basically watching that opening again, but with Heather Graham. So we all, as the audience, are like, and they all calm down, and they're all like watching, popcorn's being thrown, everyone at the cinema, and you can see their faces, anticipation. Jade is like, oh god, alright, fucking hell, watch it. She doesn't really want to watch it. And we then go into the film. It cuts to us full screen. We are watching that film, which I like as a weird film lover, kind of weird person as I am. Shit like that, I like that.
Because they actually had to shoot it as a film, you know?
Yeah. And like the audience watching it, and all of a sudden we are with the audience members ourselves. We have literally just stepped into that cinema, sat down, and gone into that film. I dig that.
And Jada's nervous of the movie because she doesn't like horror movies too much. But she overhears a lot of people saying, oh, do you know this is based on a true story? It's sick. They shouldn't have made this film, really. But they're all still there with their tickets and their popcorn to watch it.
It's an excellent...
So she's thinking, oh, God.
Yeah, totally. She doesn't really want to do it. It's an excellent way to recap the first film as well. We were obviously in the DVD booming VHS revolution at this point, but it's still good a year later just to give that for you, going, oh yeah, I remember that experience you had last year with the film.
And just to add to the nervousness of the situation for Jada Pinkett Smith, everybody pretty much is wearing a ghost face mask that they've been handed and a fake knife, and they're all going, I'm going to stab you, bro, yeah, and they're all like running around chasing each other,
as you and I would.
Well, of course, yeah. Omar Epps says, I'm going to go to the bathroom a moment, I'll be back. So he vanishes.
Man, Scary Movie's version of this is fucking brilliant.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit different, isn't it?
Well,
a little bit different with the penis in the air.
No, I'll tell you what, before we get into that, I love the fact that she's like, no, because he doesn't go to toilet yet. She's there first of all, and they're going to do the get some food and stuff. He doesn't go to toilet just yet. She's like, I want some money for popcorn, and he's like, but you've got your own money. She goes, I know that. I want your money. I'll be like, you fuck right off. Like, if that is the situation, like, what the fuck's that all about? She's weird in a way. So they go back out to 4-inch getting some popcorn, and that's where she hears that true story you're speaking of. And the boyfriend scares her a bit with the mask on and stuff, and he's like, look, we can go if you want. She's like, no, okay, we can stay. And he's like, all right, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I'll catch you back in the cinema.
Yeah, and while he's in the bathroom, she's watching Heather Graham take a shower. She's like, now why did she have to get naked? Because she predicted.
It's not the worst thing to watch, really, is it?
It's not the worst thing, but we don't actually see Heather Graham get naked, sadly.
Boogie Nights.
So he goes.
Just watch Boogie Nights.
Exactly. He goes into the men's room, and there's two ghost faces taking a pee at the urinals, and he's like, for God's sake. So he goes to go.
Why?
Because everyone's dressed up.
And he's got to take a pee. It doesn't matter.
Well, he thinks I'll use a cubicle instead. So he tries one of them and it's locked. The one next to it is open though.
All right. This dude needs a piss, right? You know the situation. It's like, oh, I've got to go. He's gone in there. He's about to go. Oh, these guys, right, I'm going to go in there. Goes in there, shuts the door. In a Scary Movie, it's amazing. A cock comes through the door and gets stabbed in the ear of a cock. It's brilliant. Watch it if you haven't seen that. And he goes in there, he's about to pee, but before he even starts, he must need the pee, but he's like, oh no, I'd rather go, what's that weird sound in the cubicle next to me? Is it George Michael cottaging, or what the fuck is it? Why does he then go, I'm gonna bladder, hold out, we're gonna go, the ears want to go listen to what the sounds are coming from the cubicle next door. Why does he do that? Have you ever done that? I've never done that.
I didn't think we'd spend this much time discussing Omar Epps peeing into a toilet. But
he hasn't even started the peeing, that's the issue. Why is he listening to next door?
Well, we got a bit of a Black Christmas tribute here, haven't we? Because we get a little weird voice. It's a bit like the Black Christmas telephone voice. Going, and he's like, what the fuck? And he puts his ear up to it. He
stops going, doesn't even start going to the toilet and listens to it. But this is it as well. He puts his ear right up to go, I'm going to listen to the cubicle next door to me, which is weird already. It's fucking weird. Why are you putting your ear right up to a public cubicle for a start? You're catching the diseases already from splashback. Like, what are you doing? And then The killer somehow knows exactly where this guy's head is and fucking puts a knife through. So it's a really, really whack kill. Come on, this is our first kill and we don't even see it? Come on.
But I do like the fact that it leads to the next kill, which is pretty decent.
It's fine, but they could have been more creative with that rather than a weird toilet scenario. They could have done something better than that. But it does good to getting rid of him to bring the situation of Ghostface sitting back down next to her and she's going, look, take that mask off. All right, you're not going to say anything. Fine.
Ghostface puts on his jacket and sits next to her and she's like, oh, Jesus, wait a minute. And then she realises he's got something all over him and it's blood. And then before she can do anything, Heather Graham's character is killed on screen. Starts screaming. Obviously, the whole cinema starts jumping up in the air, screaming and shouting. It's all
very dramatic. Then she just gets so dramatic. It's like, what are you doing? Your death is so dramatic.
She said, "I want you to kill me off in the most dramatic way possible." That was what she said, Jada, when she signed on to this.
Did she? Oh God, because it looks terrible.
Oh, I quite like it.
It's too over the top.
But I do like the fact that she's screaming
I'd be like,
for
no,
help.
You're not having dramatics.
Well, I like the fact that she's screaming for help as she's being stabbed in the cinema, because everyone else is pretending to stab their friends with fake knives. They all just think it's play acting.
It's
and
when
they can't hear her screaming.
That's absolutely cool. It's when she goes up on stage, she's like, just stands there looking at them all, and then they all go, oh, but it's just like, man, this is too much.
Yeah, she gets stabbed quite a few times.
I never liked this as an opening to one of the Scream films, this whole situation. I like the idea of the film and stuff. I think it's genius. I never like these characters and this situation, they get killed. It's just a whack opening. It's rushed. It's rushed opening.
She's dead.
It's rushed.
And we get the title, Scream 2. Boom. Here we go. So we've killed off two big stars. They were big in 97.
But it wasn't like the Drew Barrymore situation. That was incredible. First Scream, you don't know Drew Barrymore's going to get killed whatsoever. You're like, oh, Drew Barrymore's definitely going to be in this film. She's killed off straight away. That was fucking brilliant.
Especially because her face is on the posters, isn't it? For Scream
absolutely.
1.
It's perfect.
That was your Psycho, but that Psycho done in 5 minutes. Psycho at least had her. It was for 45 minutes.
Opening to the first Scream movie is genius. It really is. Even if you're not a slasher fan, come on, Sarah, you got to say that opening is very good.
And that was Drew Barrymore's idea.
It is good. Just the whole setup of that whole scene is brilliant.
They asked her to be in it, I believe, as Sydney. And,
I think it was.
She said to Wes, "I'd rather you kill me off." Actually, and this opening character, I think, would really shock your audience.
Absolutely.
Was like, Jesus, that's a great idea.
It's that Psycho idea, but pushing it further, and it's like 11 minutes long, and she dies, and it's just really good. But this, don't care, you know.
Well, let's get back to some familiar characters now, because Sydney wakes up on college campus to a phone call. Hello, Sydney. She's like, nice try. Your name is John Smith.
Is this? Oh, this is college campus. Of course it is. Yeah.
And she
it's the third. Sorry, it's the third one where she goes out to the woods, isn't it?
It is.
She lives outside.
She does the Sarah
in the country. Yeah.
So she's got a caller ID now, so that. Because she's obviously getting prank calls from people who've got a similar voice changer.
And we're assuming she's gone off to college somewhere else, not in Woodsboro, somewhere else, is basically somewhere in America, you know.
With Randy.
Yeah.
And she's got a new boyfriend who will meet all of these guys in just a moment.
Do you know any English people called Randy?
I know Macho Man Randy Savage. I know Randy Quaid. They're both American.
Yeah.
Randy Jackson. He's American. Randy. No.
And over here, it's so funny because the name. If someone in England came up to you and said, "I'm feeling a bit Randy," you'd be like, "Okay." Basically,
it means horny.
I'm feeling horny. Randy is horny in England. It's not used very often, but someone in England would be like, "What?" That's probably why no one's called Randy. Because if it would be me, I'd be Randy Hoare.
I'd be Randy Bone.
Wow.
Randy Hoare and Randy Bone.
What a couple, though. Well, that's the new podcast.
Fantastic. Well, again, you've got to feel for Sydney, because not only is she being plagued while she tries to restart her life, this is 2 years after all those killings, and let's not forget her mum was murdered as well, and the same boys tried to kill her, and
so they're lucky it was not now with the way technology is and people are how quick they are to comment. Then it wasn't so much, was it?
No,
do you know what I mean? Prank phone calls is probably like, she might be thinking, oh, this is rubbish. Imagine if you're on social media. I imagine she wouldn't be on any social media though.
So on top of prank phone calls and a stab movie out about her life, she's also turned on the TV, and who's on there? Cotton Weary.
Who is?
Who is played by Liev Schreiber, who is the guy that she accused of killing her mum. He went to prison, came out, and has been found not guilty.
Because of the end of the first film, the killers at the end said, we killed your mum.
So Cotton Weary, the guy that she put away, is now on TV, being interviewed on every single talk show, because he's the talk of the town.
As I said in the first one, you fingered the wrong guy. Have you ever fingered the wrong guy, Dan?
A couple of times. At the same time.
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought you were someone else. I thought you were Gav. Sorry about that. I thought you felt different. I thought you smelled different.
Oh, don't bring smells into things.
The news then talks to Cotton, but then turns to the camera and says, that was Cotton Weary, and of course the new movie based on, what happened to him, Stab, is at cinemas now, and people are saying it shouldn't be allowed to be released because there was 2 people murdered at a screening of it in LA recently, and so she's also thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, 2 people have died at this movie, like it's all going wrong.
Yeah, she walked. But as you about to say, I love the fact that it's just, hey everybody, Sid, check out the news. Oh, okay, cool, right. Oh god, it's a bit that's to do with my past, right? Anyway, I'm going to get off to my first class. Here I go. Swamped by press. That's ridiculous. There's no way that... It literally
says on my notes, Sydney swamped by press.
There's literally no way that would happen. That's so, forced. It's so ridiculous. But anyway, it gets across to the point that she is media coverage. She is first page tabloid. Shizzle Matizzle.
And we meet her buddies. Obviously, Randy is there, who we've mentioned. Mickey. We cut to a classroom, first of all, of kids.
Film class.
Yeah, so you've got Randy, you've got Pacey from Dawson's Creek, played by Joshua Jackson. You what?
I was all discussing film, mate, and stuff like that.
Yep, Sarah Michelle Gellar and Mickey, played by Timothy Oliphant, and they're all discussing sequels, name me a sequel that's better than the original, and they're all discussing Aliens, Terminator 2, Godfather 2, all this kind of stuff. Someone says House 2, the second story, which is a fun little joke. And it's all very meta because we're in a sequel and they're discussing sequels, Gav. Do you get it?
I do.
Sydney, after the class, talks to Randy, and he says, do you think it's possible that someone's coming back under the guise of Ghostface after those deaths? And he's like, in a very weird British accent for no reason at all, says, yeah. I don't know. It could be possible. Anything could be. But it's like, what the fuck is he doing? Apparently he said, I don't know why I did that accent in that take, and I don't know why they used that take, but I did it anyway. Very strange.
I think it just puts him across as his quirky persona, doesn't it?
Then we meet Derek, who runs over. Sid, are you okay? This is Sydney's boyfriend, Derek, played by Jerry Connell, who was
Stand By Me,
fat kid in Stand By Me.
He's big boned, Dan. Come on.
He's big, hunky boy now, isn't he, though? He's a twin.
He's got your bacon sandwich.
Do you know he's a twin?
No.
Because he was in a show called Sliders, which you might remember from the late 90s.
No, but they needed a double, yeah?
They did, and they brought his twin brother in.
That's cool.
He was at a P. Diddy party. I watched an interview with him today. Jerry Connell said, I was at a P. Diddy party once, and it's one of his mansions in the Hamptons. And then he said, right, everybody, I've ordered, 24 limousines. We're all going to a club that I own. They all went to the club, and then there was a massive argument in the club because P. Diddy said he didn't want to pay the bill. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of champagne and whatever else. And they left. And apparently at one point, someone handed the bill to Jerry Connell and his twin brother and said, "Are you guys able to cover this?" And they looked at each other like, "Fuck no, Jesus Christ." And he said that was the one and only P. Diddy party he'd ever been to. And he didn't see anything dodgy other than an argument over the bill.
Doesn't that just tell you everything? Really does. That P. Diddy's just basically probably running on credit. Like, oh yeah, no. Oh, what do you mean? I've got to pay? Well, but, you know, it's me. A fucking shit rapper who's got dodgy little beady small eyes. It looks a bit weird. It's fucking just off his fucking rocker. It should be fucking put down.
Jesus Christ.
If he's proven guilty.
I'm glad you added that disclaimer. Now, everyone on campus is talking about these two killings that took place at the stab, because they all know that Sydney is one of their student classmates. And there's, like you said, there's reporters everywhere. And one of the reporters steps out. Dun, dun, dun. It's Gale Weathers.
Who, with her red hair, looked quite hot.
I quite like her in this.
In the third film, her, at the time then husband, Dewey, played, you know, David Arquette, was like, you should have hair like that. And she has that shit haircut because he insisted.
It's not real hair. That fringe was a clip-on.
Oh.
And she hated it, but they made her wear it. And now she looks back on it and absolutely hates it.
Yeah, it's awful.
But also can see the funny side of it as well. Now, she's got a new cameraman called Joel. And Joel just thinks he's there just for a day or so. He doesn't realise that Gale's going to take him on a long investigative journey where his life is going to be put at risk. He actually says to her,
I love him so much.
As a brother, we don't generally tend to survive long in these kind of situations. So just checking that all you need me to do is point the camera at you when you're interviewing people. She's like, yeah, Joel, just do what I say.
No, I fucking love it. He's
good. He's a good character.
He's like, at one point in the movie, he's like, I've been reading up on what happened to your last cameraman. Like, what the fuck?
He was gutted in the back. She was like, that was an exaggeration. He wasn't gutted. He had his throat slit.
It's
like,
amazing.
That doesn't make it any better.
Excuse me.
She's got a book out, we should mention, hasn't she?
Yeah.
She's making money off of the first movie as well.
She is indeed. Obviously, her and Sydney are not the best of fans because the way she's making money off the tragedies, basically.
Sydney punched her in Scream 1 as well.
Yeah, and she's getting asked questions from Roseanne's sister. Roseanne, the TV show. Roseanne Barr's sister. What's her name?
Well, her character's name is Debbie Salt.
Debbie.
Debbie Salt is her character's name.
Okay.
Oh gosh, why can't I remember for the life of me her actual real name?
Laurie Metcalf.
Laurie Metcalf, thank you, Gav.
But we'll just say Debbie.
Now, spoiler.
Now, yes, absolutely. Me and Dan are finally in tune. We're not that close. We're going through the airwaves to discuss this, but we are finally in tune with each other's brains because we're about to say, spoiler, Dan, you know what it is. Go for it.
So Debbie Salt isn't actually Debbie Salt. It turns out she is Billy's mum from the first movie.
Who was killed at the end.
Who
was the killer?
She is a psycho mum who is out for revenge. So she's got an alias of a reporter called Debbie Salt who is pretending to worship Gale Weathers, wants to be just like her, but really she's just going around campus killing people. She's got help from somebody who we'll get to in a minute.
We will do.
So yes, bear that in mind when you watch this.
Absolutely, this is the best thing for us when discussing this film. We've say from the top of the movie who the killer is. Now we know it's her, so I love this. Coming at this film as a reviewer, knowing who the killer is, you can go, okay. And there's two killers in this, like the first film. So one of them's going to be quite often doing phone calls, while the other one's doing action. In the same sort of time. That's why they're like, what the fuck? Oh my god, there's a phone call, open the door, oh, action, you know. Excuse me, bit of a throat.
Which was a bit of a twist that they did in Hot Fuzz, which I liked, because you couldn't figure out how they could get someone so quickly.
Spoiler,
but it was the whole community.
It was the whole town. About 12 or 15 of them, whatever.
They're greater good.
So in this, now we know who the killer is. The best thing is, Dan, as a reviewer watching these films, knowing who the killer is, getting back to what I was saying, is you can look at it and go, okay, so at this point you're so there's a point in this movie where she's got Dewey and Gale. Basically at a place, a sound studio place, and she's just, it has to be her doing so much physical fighting and stuff, and you're like, there's no way that you would have done that. There's no way you could have had this, but we'll get to it.
But she is psycho.
So you think it's psycho power?
Very strong at the end.
Pushing her on.
When she's on stage at the end, she's so strong and determined to avenge her son that I don't know. She might be that strong.
But
I wouldn't,
and what you don't want to do to a psycho, you didn't know it was a psycho, is to call her a bitch, which Gale does.
Yeah.
And this is her because she thinks she's local wannabe, local trash wannabe press like her, and Gale's like big time. I've got a book out. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, the chief of police steps up to the microphone and says, right, we're going to issue a campus-wide
and before he can
curfew.
even fucking say anything, Gale's like, let me ask you a question. Not like in a strange German voice, but just let me ask you questions. And it just goes into it, just straight into it.
Yeah.
And he can't get
grilling him.
He can't get any in. Hang on, I need to get the town info out. There's like a derby next week. I need to tell him the toilets are blocked up. Don't use those. I've got to tell him someone's car's parked over there. And straight away, Gal's like, come on, I'm the fucking hot
Imagine
shot
if this
press.
Imagine if this was the town from Stir of Echoes. He'd have about 500 street parties he needs to announce.
Oh my God! Look, there's at least 8 blocks of parties. Okay, guys, you go maps out and everything. Kevin Bacon's around here somewhere. Let's find him.
Now, talking to Kevin Bacon, the sorority girls walk up to Sydney and her buddies, and
one of them's from Urban Legends, isn't she?
She is, yeah. Rebecca Gayheart.
I think she's quite attractive with her funny hair,
her curly hair, and there's another girl in this who ended up marrying Ellen, or was at least with Ellen DeGeneres for a while. Portia, what's her name? Portia de Rossi, I think her name is.
And these ladies are from Delta Landers, just so
and
you
they're
know.
Saying, Sydney, we'd really love it if you could join our sorority.
And Sydney's
friend is in it, in this sorority. And they're like, I hope you're okay with all these murders and everything. I mean, you are kind of tied into you in some 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon kind of way. And I thought, we covered it in the last episode.
I know, I thought you'd like that bit. Dewey then turns up.
Well, we know he turns up because we get his amazing Twin Peaks style theme tune, which is a bit sad, but also a bit of a it's like a sad cowboy.
It's actually very much for the composer, give him respect for that, them respect. It's definitely like perfect for his introduction. You're correct. Sad cowboy.
But like with a bit of Twin Peaks in there, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she's like, Sydney's like, Dewey, and he's like, hey, he is the sweetest character in all of these movies.
And Dewey, not
so
Dewey,
sweet.
not like Jew.
Yeah, sorry, Dewey. And he's like, oh, Sid, I thought I'd come and see how you were, with all this stuff going on. I want to kind of look after you. So they sit down and he says, I just want to warn you, be careful, be suspicious. The chances are you probably know who the killer is if there's someone after you, boyfriends, etc., etc. So he starts planting those seeds in her head of that suspicion of everyone around her, friends, her boyfriend, Derek. And he said, but I'll be around if you need me because I'm Dewey. I'm David Arquette. And I've got a shit moustache, and I've got a limp because I was stabbed horrifically in the first one. And so he's just
I love the way he
on
walks
campus
around
with his little limp and his arms. He's the sweetest character. And actually,
little limpy, come on.
They got together on this film, him and Courtney, and you can see the chemistry between them.
Thank you. You when she, I can say we've known it. Sarah is in love with me, and when there's a point when Gal, there's a little bit in the movie, Gal looks at him when he says something, and the way she looks at him is the way Sarah looks at me, and I was like, wow, she's actually like properly in love with that fella.
I'll tell you that scene is coming up in a moment. But just before that, though, we get a really funny moment where Gale says, Sydney, pulls the microphone out, and Sydney's like, well, for fuck's sake, what are you doing here? And she's like, and then she reveals Cotton Weary surprises her with an interview. This is the man you put in prison for 2 years. How do you feel about it?
Cotton's like, hiya, Sid, how you doing? Yeah,
he thinks he's been told that Sydney knows he's going to be there.
Gail's like got permission. Yeah.
Gail's completely orchestrated
And
this.
she hasn't at all. She's just like, I'm sure this will go great.
So Sydney, they end up having an argument. Sydney
Sid's
slaps
not happy.
Gail.
Yeah, not happy.
And Sydney's friend says, "Did you get that on film?" And the cameraman Joel goes, "Yes, I got that on film." It's just such a funny moment in this movie. I absolutely love it.
Well, that's casting, though, isn't it?
Yes, I got that on film. It's just like, it's so funny.
This is when Dewey comes into it. Dewey.
Yeah, so he bumps into Gail and he's really pissed off with her. Her book has just ripped him apart.
Well, what's funny is that their character arcs, and what's interesting about both their character arcs is that they both have an agenda which fights against each other, but they are both in love with each other. It's so interesting because one of them wants to exploit Sid and the situation for their own selfishness. The other one wants to help Sid because they like to help people. But they're both in love with each other. It's like a yin and yang.
She's selfish and he's selfless.
Yeah. And it's such an interesting character arc, which I think is very well done.
He basically says, "I've read your book, and the way you describe me, the way you portray me was horrendous." He says, "You've got a cold storage shed where your heart should be. How do you know that my bumbling ineptitude isn't really a way of me lowering everyone's expectations of me so that I can effectively maneuver within any given situation?"
Which is a situation in Scary Movie, played by Dewey. He's doing that, and at the end, he actually does Usual Suspects and then stands up and walks out normally.
And this is the bit where you can tell that she does love him, because when he sort of says that little speech about effective in any situation, she melts and she reaches for his face, almost like, "Oh."
Yeah.
And he goes, "What are you doing?" And she's like, I'm just trying to say sorry. What? I don't know what else you want me to say.
But you can see it, though. You can see true love in that.
Yeah. And then we get cut to a frat house.
CC.
There's a party going on.
Is it the house?
Well, we'll see her in a moment. We're at a party, first of all. Sydney and her best friend Hayley are there. "Did you get that on film?" And they're wandering around. And there's a cameo here from Skeet Ulrich.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's at the party. Even though he died in the first movie, obviously he's not his character. But if you look closely, you see Skeet Ulrich. He was on set that day and was like, "Oh, can I be in this somewhere?" And Wes was like, "Yeah, just be a frat boy at the party."
That's
so
so cool.
It's really dope. If you can watch it on YouTube if you can't find it. It's on there somewhere.
Nice.
And yes, Sarah Michelle Gellar is home alone while this party's going on. She's the designated...
It's very Black Christmas.
It is. She gets the phone call. Hello, who's that? Ted, is that you? Who's Ted? Ted's her boyfriend. She's like, "Oh, who's this guy?" Really good tension with this scene.
Yes.
Very Black Christmas.
Yeah, see, this scene I really like. I would rather almost this be the first scene, you know?
And then he sort of chats through a little bit, and then he says, "What are you doing tonight?" And then she's asking, and he goes, "Do you want to die tonight, CC?"
Yeah, that's what we need for the first scene.
Now, apparently Sarah Michelle Gellar was the only person on set who spoke to, what's his name? Roger Jackson, is it his name? The guy that does the voice? Yeah, Roger Jackson. Because all the other cast were a bit scared of him because his voice, he'd do the voice to them, you know, when they're having lunch or something. But Sarah Michelle Gellar was going up to him all the time saying, "Oh yeah, leave a voicemail for my friend, do this, do that." And him and her got on really well because she thought it was really, really funny. Obviously, she was shooting Buffy while this was going on as well. So she was really keen to do something a bit more adult, which is why she swears a few times and gets killed, and quite brutally killed, actually. Gets thrown off a balcony. So she tells her friend on the other line, "I think my boyfriend's on the line. He's acting crazy, but he's also, someone's telling me they're going to kill me." And her girlfriend's like, "Well, call campus security. What are you doing? You know, we know that there's been some kills. Come on." So she then hears someone upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, you pulled a strange face then.
I was looking at my notes. Her friend, because I've got a friend dies in Jason sound effects.
Her friend's on the phone and says,
"Oh, that's it."
Yeah,
that's what
she's
she
taking
does
the
when
piss.
she's on the phone. Right? Okay, yeah. Sorry.
Then she realises that CC is actually genuinely quite scared. So she goes upstairs and has a look around. when she comes back downstairs, we see Ghostface sneak in the door behind her. She doesn't see him, and he's locked himself in.
Which is great.
The phone rings again.
Which is really good, because it's all of a sudden we were with the antagonist in this. No, the protagonist, sorry, and we didn't know where Ghostface was. Then all of a sudden, Ghostface comes in, and we see it. So we flipped from not knowing, and we know now where it is. So we're like, it's behind you. It's just kind of flipped it. It's nice.
And what she doesn't know is she's going around locking all the doors and putting all the alarms on. She's locking herself in with the
killer. So it is essentially taking, I think, influence from, let's say, Are You Alone? Is that Have You Checked the Children? You know that one, that movie.
Yeah.
And Black Christmas. I think taking those sort of ideas of the phone call, the house, being in the house, it's really good. I think it's really good.
And Wes Craven, was working and producing and directing when those sort of movies were coming out, so he knows his shit.
Should have been the opening scene. Really should have been.
I agree. It's a decent scene.
It's taking people back to the first one. Then you could have had the introduction to the cinema and gone into it that way. Been a lot better.
Well, quite brutal here. He bursts out of a closet, which is quite a good jump scare. Stabs her in the chest, throws her through a window. We get a she gets stabbed on the balcony again a few more times, and then she's just thrown off the balcony to her death. So it's pretty brutal. He's not just stabbing people; he's throwing them off balconies.
So we're presuming who does the physical strength stuff is the second killer, not whatever she's called.
Yeah, not Laurie Metcalf. It's probably
Debbie.
Timothy Olyphant. There you go, guys. Mickey is one of the other killers as well.
Yeah.
Mickey, the freaky Tarantino student.
And she says, very, very quickly then, we get into it, she says that she met Mickey on an internet forum for, like, fucking people who talk dark shit.
Psychos.
And basically it's really easy to persuade into doing it. It's quite out of there, really. She must have said, right, you need to go to this college, enroll, and make friends with all these people.
I think he was probably already at the college, which is why she chose him.
Oh, okay, all right, I guess. And he was just like, okay, I'll go along with it, but it's just like, it's crazy. Anyway, he must be the one doing the physical fighting, throwing people over, because I don't think she's doing it, but I know you said you got the psycho power, but I'm presuming she's doing the phone call stuff.
Yeah. Well,
but that means, how the fuck does she know some of the horror trivia that she knows? She must have, it's before the internet, she must have been there like researching, or does she just really like horror movies? Maybe she did because her kid Billy liked horror movies, maybe? I don't know.
She showed up at Blockbuster every day, renting out 2 films
every day. I guess so, like, because
this lady, she loves her horror movies.
She obviously rocks the trivia because she does the phone calls.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think, you do have to suspend your disbelief, okay, a little bit,
Of course you do. It's a fucking movie.
But we cut back to the party that Sydney's at, and she's saying to her buddy Haley, "No, I don't really want to be here, to be honest with you." Before she can really leave, "Oh my God, did you guys hear what happened?" What? And this is where everybody finds out that Cece has been killed. Sarah Michelle Gellar herself, Buffy, and there are reporters absolutely everywhere, including Gail, Debbie Salt, Dewey is there again. The cameraman is there. He's very nervous. He's like, hang on a minute. This is where he's really like, this is turning into something different. I think I might leave. She's like, grow some balls, Joel.
Yeah. It's like the first one at the end when they're at the party, all of a sudden, like the fucking, the head teacher of the school's been fucking killed. And they're like, yeah! It just basically turns into a free-for-all, like some crazy party thing because someone's been killed.
I seem to remember in whichever scary movie it is, there's a very funny cameraman in that as well. I can't quite remember now. It's been a long time since I've watched the scary movies. But there's a funny cameraman which obviously takes the piss out of Joel. So Sydney goes home alone and her phone rings. "Hello, Sydney. It's showtime." And she's like, "What the f-?" And Ghostface starts chasing her around the house. So straight away, they're cutting no corners here, straight in there, chasing Sydney. Derek, though, he was outside. So again, the seeds have been planted because she's starting to think, oh my God, maybe this is Derek doing this. Derek, though, is trying to save her. He's like, Sid. He's a big lad, probably an American footballer or whatever. Dewey shows up as well.
Dewey runs up all disabled like.
And he kicks the door in and finds Derek with a big cut on his arm. why would the killer leave him undead? You know?
Yeah.
Because the killer wants to plant these seeds and play with Sydney. That's why they didn't kill Sydney.
And what's good is he's not playing just with Sydney, he's playing with us.
Yeah, he's playing with us because we started thinking it's probably Derek.
And Dewey, basically, he says later on what happened to him, what he says in the third one or something like that. He says he had severed nerves from the first one. That's why he can't, do everything straightforward. And he's a bit, disabled like.
So Sydney's having some deja vu about her boyfriend potentially being a killer. So all the kids get taken to the police station and interviewed. Mickey comforts Sid. He says that, why? And he...
It's the hospital. They all go to the hospital, don't they?
No, they're in the police station waiting to be interviewed. And he plants further seeds, and Sydney said by saying,
of course.
It's a bit strange that Derek got left alive. It's weird. How strange.
Because obviously he was the one doing the killing.
Yep. So Sid's now thinking, oh, fuck, I can't trust my own boyfriend. So the cops break down what happened, who died, and Gail's trying to figure out, hang on a minute, guy, because she's in the room, because she knows so much about the case. She's quite a well-established reporter that she's in the room with the cops. She says, hang on a minute, guys. The names of all the victims are linked to the names of the people from Woodsboro that died 2 years ago. And then the cop's like, are you saying we've got a copycat on our hand?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, either that or someone's paying homage to what originally happened. So they're starting to figure out there's a bit of a pattern now.
Yeah.
Sydney now meets up with Derek and basically dumps him. He's like, you trust me, right? And she's like, no.
She's like, I don't think we should be seeing each other at the moment. And
she tries to do it in a nice way, doesn't she?
Yeah, but if Sarah was going through this, I'd be like, well, surely you need me to comfort you. And she's like, look, no, I think we shouldn't be, because it is a chance that you might be killed by other people and stuff like that. So you'd have to sort of respect the wishes.
I know, and he does a little bit. Everyone's discussing Sydney and the possible killers. And she's got 2 FBI agents or CIA agents following her around now, everywhere she goes, to make sure that nothing bad happens to her. She sits with her friends in the food hall of the college, and Derek's there. And Derek does a Top Gun, Tom Cruise.
God, fucking hell. I was probably like on a cold day where my testicles would go inside themselves. So imagine in the cinema watching this, I sort of went into this cringe ball.
I just decided to myself, hide it to myself. I think I love you.
Fuck me. So this would be what Sarah would, if I asked Sarah to watch this, she'd, at this point here, she'd look at me with eyes like I'm gonna fucking eat your face.
In a bad way.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not in a sexy way. And because of that reason, it's so fucking cringe. Every time I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, it is cringe, but the point in it is that he wants to show Sid he'll throw himself out there.
Take that cringe factor out. That's what he's there.
And it is cringy, but everyone claps him, and then he gives her his Greek letters on a necklace.
Which is which is basically the letters of his house fraternity thing, because we don't have that stuff in England, and that's a bad thing. Apparently, he's probably going to get beaten up by the brothers,
or at least have pranks done to him by them.
Just before this happened, we had Debbie, the other killer, who's the local press, outside trying to ask questions and saying stuff to Gail, etc. And then Gail goes, well, whatever, and walks away, or whoever it was she's talking to. And then she talks to the other press. So it's quite cool in a way. You've got the other kid who's with her doing the killings, planting seeds. She is planting seeds with the press.
Yeah,
that's fucking great, because if she gets the press to go, oh, that's right, they write that down, going, there could be this, that already puts other people, normal people who read the papers, thinking, oh, it can't be that, and so planting seed there as well was genius.
And we now get Tori Spelling being interviewed on TV, who is the star of Stab 1. she's being interviewed about, oh, it's so great to be involved in this film, you know, and, you know, I know that David Schwimmer is going to be involved. So there's a funny little in-joke there as well, because obviously David Schwimmer and Courtney Cox, etc., etc. So they talk about that.
Going back to that cafeteria, cringeworthy. I was watching, I was thinking, I remember my college, my sixth form college, if someone got up on a chair and got up on a table, did that, they'd have at least a couple of chairs thrown at their head, them smashed onto the floor, bleeding, and people would just like walk over them and throw burgers on them or whatever. That's what would happen in England, I think, if that happened.
I love you.
Fuck you! Just wouldn't happen, would it? They'd been taken out.
It's a great moment in some ways. The reporter says, well, let's see a scene from your new movie, Stab, Tori Spelling. And they show a clip where Tori Spelling and Luke Wilson, who's
brother, almost doing like some surfer Keanu Reeves impression.
Because he's got like the curtains.
Hey,
and he's
man.
Like,
dark hair, yeah.
And, yeah, basically reenacting in a really cheesy way one of the scenes from Scream 1.
Yeah, so funny.
And while that's happening, Randy, this is where he breaks down the sequel rules, which we've already covered, so I'm not going to go over those again, and who the killer could be. This is between him and Dewey. He says...
They go for the suspects.
He says, anyone's a suspect. And he's like, so you could be a suspect, Randy. And Randy's like, well, yeah, but if I'm a suspect, then you're a suspect, Dewey. And he's like, good point. Let's move on. It's a funny little moment.
Yeah. Dewey's got a great character. That's why he still keeps coming back. I love the bit now we got like Gail's reporter, and he's saying some stuff like, "I read what happened to you." Like I said earlier, read what happened to you last. To cameraman. I love what he says though.
Let me just say this. Let
me just say this because it's fun. I want to report the news, not be the news.
Yeah,
that's fucking brilliant.
Well, yeah. So just before he quits, just at the end of that scene between Dewey and Randy, he says he starts breaking down all the different people that it could be, literally naming everyone in the film. Mickey, the freaky Tarantino film student, who we know it is going to be. But he also says Gail, and he's like, Gail Weathers? Dewey's like, Gail Weathers? And Randy's like, yeah, think about it. Everywhere she goes, there's murder. And I thought of Jessica Fletcher, because everywhere she goes on Murder, She Wrote, someone dies. And I thought, yeah, maybe it could be. No wonder they suspect that, you know.
That's what I want to make the ultimate Jessica Fletcher movie, and it's Jessica Fletcher as the killer.
He says maybe she wants to write a second book, Dewey, and this is her way of doing it, you know. Yeah. But you're right. So the next, sorry to cut you back, go back there.
But it was just that. It was just the cameraman's just still getting cold feet, basically, about being the cameraman.
He says, I've read the book, man. It's not good.
Sid's at her theatre class, and all of this feels like a lot of fluff. It really does. It takes a while. She goes on stage, and then she has a thing, and it's a bit... ugh.
But this is a chance for David Warner to cameo.
It is David Warner, who I was just looking for his name.
As a drama teacher.
And it's David Warner, Omen, and many other sort of great films.
And she says she's playing Cassandra, I think the character's name is. The lead in a sort of a very operatic drama production. She's telling him, I think I'm going to quit because I'm so anxious about everything that's going on. And he says to her, use these emotions. She's one of the most powerful women in theatre, her characters in theatre. Use your emotions when you're on stage. I don't think you should quit. Use the pain in your role. She's like, all right, David Warner, because you're David Warner.
All right.
I'll do it. So they have a rehearsal, a dress rehearsal, and everyone's wearing these masks. And Sid is the lead. Sort of a god character comes down on almost a crucifix above her and points at her, and they all start.
It does basically a rehearsal, and it goes on for a while, and it is a lot of fluff. It really is.
But it kickstarts some major PTSD because everybody there has got a mask on and they're all swinging these fake knives.
Exactly the reason she said she didn't want to do that. Exactly the reason. He's like, use it. Go on.
Use it. David Warner tells you to do it. Come on, Sydney. So she freaks out because she thinks, or does she, see a ghost face mask? We don't know. Maybe someone snuck in there.
No, I think it's the shock.
She stops, she says cut or whatever, and she runs off backstage, and Derek's there, and she's like,
her boyfriend,
Derek, what are you doing here?
She doesn't trust and said we should have a bit of a moment, guys. Yeah. How
long have you been here? And he says, I just got here. She said, I thought Mickey was doing it. No, we swap shifts, so I'm backstage today. Oh, okay. Because she's now thinking, was he just on stage trying to freak me out with a knife and a ghost face mask? And this is where she says, yeah, I need some distance from you. And he's really pissed off, obviously. But what can you do?
I fucking stood on a cafeteria table and sang to you.
He gives a line later on. It really breaks me when he says it. He says, I would never have hurt you, as he dies. And it's just like, man, you should have kept with him because he's a big buff guy and he could have really looked after you. But she didn't know. She's suspicious. What can you do?
Cameraman now says to Gail, fuck this, I'm out.
Yeah. Gail, Dewey and Randy discuss who's next, who might die next. And this is where he quit. You're right, the cameraman quits. Gail's phone rings. Hello?
Maybe it's the cameraman.
And Randy picks it up. Yeah. Oh, it's for you. And it's Ghostface. And they say to Randy, keep him on the phone, keep him on the phone. So Dewey and Courtney Cox are running around. Anyone on a mobile phone, and they're easy to spot in 1997 because the phones were fucking massive back then. Anytime they see someone on a mobile phone, they basically going around rugby tackling innocent students who are on their mobile phones. They're trying to find out if it's someone in the vicinity because whoever it is can see them.
Singly walks around campus just like looking at people thinking it might be as well. But he's the one on the phone keeping Ghostface on the phone.
And I think this is an amazing bit of acting from him, Randy. What's his character's name? What's his real name again? Jamie
Kennedy.
He says to him, what's your favorite scary movie? And he's sort of really trying to keep him on the phone. And he's going, my scary movie is Showgirls, fucking terrifying. And then he starts saying something like, you always lived in Billy's shadow. And he goes, fuck you. Billy was a small-time piece of shit. And they have this argument backwards and forwards. And that's
obviously Billy's mum.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah. No, it is.
It is, because she does the talking and the other one does the action. She kills him in the van.
Yeah. No, she kills him in the van.
So she does the killing. She
might be in the van on the phone at this point.
I don't know. Or maybe they're both not together at that point, maybe then.
He's pulled into the news reporter's van, the cameraman's van, and slashed to bits. And we know it's her that does it because there's an image of her on the screen. She was just rewatching some of her footage.
Oh.
And there's another clue. I can't quite remember what the other clue is now.
She instantly after this scene goes in and does the whole stays as the killer. How did she get out of the van? No one noticed her. Anyway, she stays as the killer and fights now Gal and Dewey in the next scene. So where's the other one? Why ain't he doing anything?
There's a great zoom, sort of crash zoom on Gail when they slide open the van door and they see Randy's body. And she does a classic Hitchcock scream as the camera bangs right into her face. And Joel faints. And yeah, he quits not long after this. So we've lost Randy, Gav. We have lost one of our major characters from the Scream family, which is crazy. And they've done it. And we cut to the library.
Yeah, so I'm wrong. The next scene's Sid, yeah.
Sydney's in the library. Back in the day when, there wasn't much internet. And she gets an instant message from somebody.
Yeah, and the guy next to her says like, she's like, what's going on here? And he's like, well, you've got an instant message. She goes, I'm not online. This is like early internet. It's going online. And she's like, I'm not online. He said, oh, that means it's a local network. So that means it's someone in this room is trying to send you a message for another terminal, another computer.
So she opens the message and it says, you're going to die tonight on the message. She stands up and screams. The FBI run over and start searching the library.
The whole time she's had these two FBI agents on her, which have been assigned to look after her. The boyfriend didn't like it as well. We did mention it briefly. And then these fucking they stick right out. They're just fucking wandering around like, oh.
Yeah, because they're two 40-year-old men in suits wandering around.
And anyway, so she gets this message. She's like, oh my God. So they look at a computer, go, oh my God. They take her away from them, and both go and look over computers. No, one of you stay with Sid possibly because the killer is here. He's just said I'm here. And one of you look at the computers. It's just like, what are you doing? Anyway, that's what happens.
Well, let's pause it there a sec. Who didn't have a crush on Neve Campbell in Scream and Scream 2? Oof. She's beautiful.
Dropping that in. Okay, all right.
Anyway,
so she's at the side, and then who sneaks up on her to a little chitty chat?
Cotton Weary. Hey Sid, can I speak to you a minute?
Fuck
just
me,
pulls around the
he's
corner.
full on. He is just hassling her continuously, saying, "I've got an hour interview with a famous TV
Diane
show."
Sawyer.
So she said, "We can have an hour if you come on with me." And she's like, "No, fuck off."
He starts off kind of apologising, saying, "Look, I'm really sorry about earlier. Gail told me that you knew I was going to be here." Anyway, enough of that. Fucking Diane Sawyer wants us on her show.
And it's the way he is with her, it's kind of like fucking blokes who are just drunk or whatever, trying to on with women, and they're sexually harassed or whatever, and they just keep trying and going and going. It gets to the point where he pushes her down the stairs a bit. Like, the FBI agents are shit. They are so shit. She's on a staircase getting pushed down it by a guy at the moment, and they're looking on computer screens. Like, you are fired. You're fucking shit at your jobs.
She says no several times to the Diane Sawyer interview, which he gets more and more angry and starts shouting. And she comes out there and he grabs her in front of the whole library, and that's where the FBI guys tackle him and arrest him because they think, well, it must be him then.
Well done.
Cut to the police station and they're questioning Cotton, and he knows he's got an airtight alibi. He's like, "What are you talking about? Like, did you not know that I was acquitted? I'm not the murderer. You've got the wrong guy, and I also know my rights." So they let him go free. He speaks to Gail briefly, and is pissed off with her too. And as he leaves, I think he gives his card to Sydney and says, "If you know, here's my number. If you do change your mind about the Diane Sawyer interview." And then he leaves, and that's the last we see of him for a little bit. So Sydney goes home. Gail gets questioned again by more reporters, specifically Debbie Salter, who argues with her. Sorry, Debbie Salt, who argues with her in front of all the reporters. This is where Joel quits. He says, "You're on your own. You got your own camera now. I'm out of here." And Gail says to Dewey, "I just want to find this fucker." And then she says, "I know, the killer could be on the tapes," because she's got Joel's camera. And she says, I asked Joel to shoot loads of crowd footage. And if the killer is watching everything, there's a good chance he is on these tapes. Let's go and watch these tapes.
That's a fucking ridiculous long shot. That could be fucking days of sitting there watching the fucking screen. It's fucking ridiculous. It's such a ridiculous.
Scrolling.
It's not a thing you would do that instant to try and find a killer. That's a ridiculous thing to think.
So nighttime comes, and Dewey and Gail sneak into the college, into the sort of film section where all the film equipment is, and they want to go and watch the tapes. And their chemistry is there again. You know, they're sneaking about. They accidentally bump heads when they bend down.
So what's the plan? Okay, so then look at that person over there. They're not going to see Ghostface amongst the people, are they? And even if they do, that doesn't tell them who the killer is. So what they can do? They go, "That bloke there, he looks dodgy, doesn't he? He could be the killer. Right, who is he? I don't know. Let's go, take a photo. How are we going to do that? Don't know. Right, let's go get someone from reception to come in. Who's that? That's Bob. What's he doing? He's the caretaker. No, he was with me. He's not a killer. Right, next person. Let's carry on watching."
It's all they've got to get on.
Fucking ridiculous. You bunch of cunts.
But this scene is great writing by Kevin Williamson and great acting from these two. And obviously they had real chemistry, because they then re-watch their argument that they didn't realise Joel had recorded from earlier. And she says, "Oh, you're kind of cute when you're angry." And he's like, "Well, you made me angry." And then they end up kissing, and then they end up getting it on a desk. They almost get down to the nitty gritty, don't they? But then all of a sudden, the footage switches to them on the desk, and someone is filming them.
Ghostface is making a little porn of his own.
Yeah, he's like, Dewey and Gail go at it.
Maybe he's could direct them with the voice box. Can you give a few directions with the Ghostface voice? Think you're P. Diddy sitting in the corner.
Hello, Gail. I want you to ride like the wind, Gail Weathers. Oh, that's right, Dewey. Yeah, I want you to give her a limp. That's right.
Oh.
They also see on the footage, not just them, then it cuts to Randy getting killed. So they've seen whoever it was, killed Randy and got it on tape as well. So Dewey's like, wait here. And he runs off with his limp to try and find the killer.
So did they find the killer on their videotapes?
No, the killer found them.
Well done, guys. You basically brought the killer to you.
And of course, while Dewey's off running around as quickly as a limping man can, the killer, Ghostface, pops up behind Gail and starts chasing her. So she runs.
In a soundproof studio. So like when
so good,
there's loads of bits where you can't hear, obviously, from one room to the next.
There's a great bit of tension here where she sees
and this
Ghostface
must be
on the other side of the glass.
This must be Debbie, the lady, doing all this action, by the way.
Yeah.
Which I don't believe, but okay.
She sees her on the other side of the glass, Ghostface on the other side of the glass, but he doesn't see her initially, or they don't see her initially. Then they do. Then they're trying to break the door in. She bangs on the glass. She sees Dewey, but Dewey can't hear her because he's in a soundproof booth, and he doesn't know Ghostface is coming up behind him with a great big knife. So he gets stabbed. Heartbreaking scene as he sort of slams his face into the glass and slides down the glass.
Go on, Jerry, there's a few more severed nerves for you.
Yeah.
He gets worse and worse as he goes through the films.
I know. By the end of, if he comes back in, Scream 10, it will just be a head in a jar.
Be on a wheelchair.
Dewey, you all right? He's like, hello. Don't know why he turned into Alan Rickman. Hello. My name is Jerry. So, yeah, it looks like Dewey's dead. So that's no good.
But he's not, so it's fine.
It's all right. She manages to block the door and the killer eventually leaves her alone. Cut back to Derek and Sid. Now the FBI are taking Sid away to a safe house. So Sid's like, bye Derek, and he's like, yeah, bye them. So he still loves her.
But then he's grabbed by some blokes.
And it's the frat bros.
Frat bros!
Fred Bros, kick. He gets tied to the sort of crucifix thing on the stage that the godlike character is on, stripped off, gets booze poured down his trousers, he gets force-fed tequila, all of this because he gave his necklace to his girlfriend.
It's funny, there's a lot of drinking games, but again, in England, you wouldn't have fraternities and all this stuff. It's you don't have them, do you?
No, we don't really have them, no.
No.
We don't get me wrong. Students here are crazy and do crazy things.
Oh yeah,
just
fucking
in different ways.
Yeah, I used to enjoy back in the day when I was younger, and someone be at university, be like, "What are you doing this weekend?" We're going to that university for the weekend. We sleep in the dorms, we get wasted, and whatever happens, brilliant.
I remember. I never went to university, but I went to college. But my girlfriend was at university back in the day, and she had a what they called a yellow card. So a lot of the bars, if you had a yellow card, it was you were in the student union, and it was £1 a pint.
Yeah.
£1. These days it's about £5 or £6 for a pint.
Yeah.
£1 a pint back then.
Just annihilating people. Yeah.
We were all getting smashed.
I remember going into, I was with a couple of buddies, and I said, "Hey, Tom, we've done it." We all drank a bottle of champagne each, and then hit the town. So we hit the town. The first place we got to a student union. We went in there and we were thrown out within 5 minutes. The bouncers had us thrown out because one of my friends went straight behind the bar, put his head under and started pulling the tap because we were fucked from champagne. And then, then I was walking through a car park, just walking through the car park, people walking towards me doing their shopping and trolleys, and I'm just walking through, just weeing. And then we nearly got into a massive fight, and then I don't remember the rest of the night.
And this is why Gav and I don't drink anymore.
This is why I don't drink, especially champagne.
Yeah. Well, Derek is smashed, pissed, really drunk, tied to this crucifix, and we end that scene there. And we cut to the cops with Sydney and Haley in a car. Now, this is probably one of my favourite scenes in all of the Scream movies, particularly for tension, because one of they stop at some lights, and suddenly Ghostface appears and kills one of the cops through the window. And the other one seems to get thrown out of the car, but he's not. So Ghostface gets in the police car.
Fucking FBI agents are so shit at their jobs.
They're so inept. They're so inept.
Terrible. They're in the car about to give Sydney and her friend a lift home. They're in the front. Sydney's in the back. You think they're going to be safe. Ghostface breaks in and kills them.
Either Roseanne's sister or a 21-year-old student has pulled one of them out of a window of the car and gets in the car and starts driving the police car away. He runs over the remaining FBI agent whose face gets fish kebabbed with a piece of metal.
So the car goes flying off with the two girls in the front, back, and then they're stuck. They can't get out. Can't open the door. There's a cage between them and the front, and it's out of control of the other agent. And Ghostface is in there, and then it crashes.
And I love this tense
it's
moment.
It's quite a good tension moment for sure.
Because Ghostface is unconscious in the front seat, potentially dead. They don't know.
This would have been good in the cinema. This scene.
The FBI agent's face has been skewered through the windscreen. The only way out is to rip off the sort of fencing between the back seats where you put people who've been arrested and climb out, but you've got to climb over the body of Ghostface to get out the window. They don't know if he's dead, if he's alive.
It's good tension.
So Sid just manages to climb over him. She accidentally beeps the horn, which is a bit cliched, but whatever. She does it. And then she says to Hayley, well, you're going to have to do it as well now. And Hayley's like, oh, fuck.
Can she not open the door from the outside?
She couldn't open. No, she couldn't open it.
Okay.
She tried, didn't she? So she does it. She climbs out. And then they start running off. And then Sid stops. And she says,
I need to know who it is, which makes sense. I guess it's fight or flight, so she flighted, and then she's like, "Fuck, we need to know who it is." Does make sense.
And they go back, and the body is no longer in the car. And while Sid is away from Hayley,
she says as well, though. Sid says, to just make it more for the audience, "I need to know who. I need to see his face." She says, and it's like, his. Come on. So it is. I think that's planting a little seed for the audience as well.
And Hayley is stood near a corner, the corner of the block.
Yeah, the killer's gone
quite far away, and the corner jumps out. Killer jumps out and stabs and kills Hayley.
I'm gonna stab you.
Why is that how he talks?
It's the new scream I've heard. It's fucking awful.
Hello, Sydney. What's your favorite scary movie?
What's your scariest movie?
That'd be brilliant. Christopher Walken would be the best Ghostface, I think.
What's your scariest movie?
Hey, Sid, do you wanna
Sid
die tonight?
That'd be good.
That'd be good. Again with AI, we can just put in anyone.
We will be making. Don't worry, we can remix. I'm gonna be like a DJ. I'm gonna be a movie DJ.
You could have Arnie in there.
Shit.
You could just have everyone just doing the voices. It'd be great. What's your favorite scary movie? Predator. Correct answer.
We cut back to Gal. She finds Cotton covered in blood, saying, "I found Dewey," and she's like, "It must be you, Cotton."
Yeah, and he's like, no. Oh, then he realises, fuck, I'm covered in blood. I've told her I found Dewey, who's dying. He doesn't get to tell her that he's not dead.
Right.
She just runs away.
She runs away and finds outside Debbie, the news reporter, who has just been inside, running around killing people, has come outside, taken the costume off, got back to how she was, looks absolutely fine, it's just doing this fake news report. It's like, wow.
She says, I need to use that phone immediately, Debbie. She says, why? She says, because Cotton Weary is the fucking killer.
So when I realised that she must be the killer of the last scene, I actually rewound it and went back and watched that scene. I was like, no way is she doing this stuff.
But why isn't it Timothy Oliphant?
There is a reason I remember watching it and I felt with that. Because where is he?
There is a piece of trivia on IMDb that tells you who did what.
Oh, maybe. I'm sure it's been worked out. It just, I don't know.
Now, a little piece of trivia for you. Because now the killer starts up the rehearsal music from the stage play. Danny Elfman was drafted in to write this piece of music, just this one little piece of score.
Nice.
Interesting. So the music starts up and all the sort of thunder and lightning effects, and Sydney walks into the theatre. It's all very dramatic. And I think the intention here, from what I've read, is because the last part of this now all takes place on a stage in a drama school, and it is all intended to be like a drama production with everybody on stage being very dramatic and shouting at each other. So she walks in, a big spotlight blinds her. She gets trapped on stage by all the set as it all gets dropped down on wires. And then Derek gets dropped down in a cross, and he's wearing just like a pair of pants, basically, and he's absolutely hammered. He's like, Sid, how long have I been up there? Jesus Christ, I've been drinking tequila for hours.
Yeah, tape it over his mouth, and she pulls it off, yeah.
And
but he's tied up there, stuck, and then the killer turns up.
Killer takes the stage and immediately reveals himself to be...
I'm your friend!
Mickey, Timothy Oliphant. And he actually still is planting these seeds by saying, Derek, we got her, buddy. We got her. And Derek's like...
Derek's like, I'm well drunk, but no, this isn't it.
And then he shoots him in the chest.
Well, yeah. And because he's saying, Sid, untie me, but he gets shot.
And this is where he dies and says, I would never hurt you.
Now, Mickey starts saying that he's really excited about the trial because he's going to blame films. And it's like, people like that twat are the ones that get a film ban of the 80s ridiculousness, because he's going to go into court and say, films did it, which puts a slur on films, so fuck you. It's my fault.
There's an incredible monologue from Timothy Oliphant here where he rambles on, like you said, about his alibi. I'm going to blame it on the movies, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do that. And he's got it all planned out in his head. He's very deranged. She manages to fight back, and he pulls a gun on her. And then Gail appears with who she thinks is Debbie Salt. Turns out to be Billy's mum, Billy Loomis's mum, Mrs. Loomis. And she reveals herself to be a partner, and they're the killers together. But she kills her partner, Mickey. She kills him. So there's another twist.
She's like, well, his idea is stupid, going to court and banning films, blaming films, that's ridiculous.
So she kills Mickey, but Mickey gets a shot off, which shoots Gail. Gail falls off the stage.
Sid runs into the control room and starts acting again the controls and makes it all dramatic. And Gail, Debbie's there going, there's a prop ocean wave hitting me. Oh, there's a bit of lightning. Oh, and she's like falling all over the place. Like, come on.
Wes Craven said he gave direction to Laurie Metcalf to go watch the first Friday the 13th movie, and you can really feel that she's channeling Mrs. Voorhees here. She says things like, you killed my son. He was a good boy. He was a good boy. And they fight a little bit more. Sidney grabs an axe, and eventually Debbie is killed, well, we think killed, by a set of falling rocks from the stage, but she's still alive, and they fight a little bit more. And then who steps up to be the hero? Cotton Weary.
Cotton, right. Why is Cotton, the grown man who's been in prison, wandered around a university, a campus of young children, well, young adults? Why is he doing that? Why is he still there just wandering around? It's like, I just thought I'd wander into this place here.
Yeah, but he just found Dewey, didn't he? Dying. So,
but why is he there? Why has he not gone home? He's still trying to hassle Sid, I suppose.
Where's Diane Sawyer?
He's a weird man.
Basically, he's filled in on the plot today at this point, and he shoots. Does he shoot Debbie? Oh no, Debbie grabs Sid and says.
She grabs Sid, and she's basically the Cotton. Come on, dude, get in on this. Is what she's saying to him, and he's like, I could do, couldn't I? Because that made famous.
And he says, yeah, and he points the gun at Sidney, and you're thinking for a moment, is he going to do this? And then Sidney goes, consider that Diane Sawyer interview.
It's so bad that he is such a cunt, though. He's like, I could just innocently join this murderer.
He's not going to do it. I don't think
he probably wasn't, but when Sid says, consider it done, that interview, and he goes, fine, boom, he shoots her. It's like, afterwards, if I was Sid, I'd be like, fuck you, man. You didn't just save me straight away. You had to wait for me to say that. Absolutely no interview.
Liev Schreiber is amazing, and I love this moment just after he's killed Debbie Salter, and he just goes, that was intense.
In the third movie, he insisted taking his jacket off because he'd been working out,
Yeah, because he was going to be in the new X-Men movie.
And I watched it, and it's like, yeah, okay, I suppose a little bit, but you still got your top on. It just seems a bit, I don't know, weird thing.
Yeah, but
weird thing to do. Weird thing to do.
However, Gail is still alive. Gail Weathers. She climbs back up on the stage. Sydney grabs a gun and says, "I'll shoot Mickey in the head this time, just to make sure, because they always come back alive." And then Debbie's still alive, so he shoots her in the head. Joel shows back up outside with the camera.
Gail's cameraman. Yeah, he's just like, all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, I'm back again now." He must have just left. I don't know how long he's gone back to, how far it took him travelling. Sat down on the news. It said the killer's been killed now in seconds. Even if I don't even know actually how they did that. He must have known somehow. He's back there saying, "I want to be your camera now." What is his motive? Is he trying to get into the fame?
He wants the glory.
So he's just as bad as Gail anyway.
While they're all sort of outside patching things up, who does Gail Weathers see walking on a stretcher? Bom, 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 bom.
Bom, 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 bom.
Dewey is still alive. Gail jumps in his ambulance with him, and he says, "Apparently my scar tissue helped with the stab, so it wasn't able to penetrate deeply because I've already got scar tissue on my back." And off they go in the ambulance. Sydney says to the reporters, "Well, I'm not the hero."
She throws a bone to Cotton. Cotton is the hero. So they all swarm Cotton. And he says, "There's a great movie to be told here, story, but everything's a price." And it's like, oh god, it just goes back to this guy being a cunt. And then we end. It's taken out of the movie with the most horrible fucking song possible. I can't remember it because I don't want to. It was awful.
It's a song by Creed. It's a fucking amazing song.
I don't know what the song was. I've never heard this song apart from this movie, and when listed the other day, I was like, what is this fucking cheesy shit? But is it good, you say?
It's good. It's a good 90s tune. And then it ends. Unfortunately, as it ends, we see the brilliant Kevin Williamson's name pop up, and then we see Bob and Harvey Weinstein's names pop up.
Bow, 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 bow. He's just been trialled again yesterday for more offences.
I know. I saw that.
And I saw him like fucking hobbling along.
He's going to be cellmates with Diddy, isn't he, or something?
I don't not to get onto all this stuff, but in the trial at the moment, Diddy's on. One of the texts he got at one point was this lady saying to him, I don't know who it was, Cassie or someone, saying to him, "I had a horrible nightmare last night. I was stuck in a lift with R. Kelly, and you saved me." So imagine that, being stuck in a lift with the urinating R. Kelly. And who's going to save you? P. Diddy.
Urinating R. Kelly.
And who's going to save you? The pervy P. Diddy. Perv Diddy. Oh, God.
Who would you rather be stuck in a lift with, R. Kelly or P. Diddy?
R. Kelly. He's not gonna get freaky on me. He's gonna piss on me, but he's not gonna get proper freaky on me. Like R. Kelly, P. Diddy. It's all letters, isn't it?
P. Diddy, R. Kelly.
Yeah. But yeah, because like one's freaky, but one's freaky. Anyway,
I think R. Kelly's a bit more than freaky. He had a prostitute ring of sex slaves who were all underage.
Okay.
Some of whom he pissed on.
It's weird. Anyway, that's Scream 2.
That's Scream 2. I give it a thumbs up.
I give it a thumbs up if you haven't seen it, but only if you're a slasher fan and you obviously want to follow the films. But I think it should have been cut down, and obviously it smells of being rushed at times, but there is some good shit in it for sure. Some of the kills could be a bit better. Like I said, that second kill scene should have been the opening. Jada shouldn't be in it. Take that name out your mouth. And yeah, it's all right, Dan.
Your criticism of it, which is also not a criticism of it, makes me like it even more, which is I appreciate it even more when you realise they banged this out in a year after the first one.
Yes and no.
It's a decent job. I mean, if they'd have had another year, of course it would have been probably a little bit better, but I really rate this movie in the Scream series. Probably 1, then 2, and then maybe 5 are my favourite 3 from the whole series.
I'd go 1, 4, 3, 2.
Fair enough.
Bow, 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 bow.
I'd go bow, 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 bow.
Bow, 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 bow.
Well, talking of Ghostface, Bill Murray's just walked in the room wearing his that No, that isn't a knife, is it? That's a big wobbly dildo. You want to reenact the scene from Scary Movie with me?
Bow,
No.
bow, bow, bow.
Bill, I haven't got a toilet cubicle in my house, so that's not going to happen. Can you just take us into World of the Strange, you silly man?
Bow, 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 bow.
Hi, welcome back to World of the Strange.
World of the Strange. Hello, Sydney. This is World of the Strange.
World of the Alan Rickman Strange. Welcome. Thank you, Bill.
We should do another segment, World of the Sausage.
Why?
Don't know. World of the Sausage.
Fantastic. So, before we get into some screamy, meta-related trivia and World of the Strangeness, just wanted to tell you a couple of weird things that have happened in my spooky old house in the last couple of weeks.
Yes, please. I love your little spooky events.
Yeah, so there's been a few spooky things happen in my house for anyone who hasn't heard. We used to have the Shadow Man come to visit us quite a lot, but he seems to have gone away until recently. Now, the last couple of weeks, as I've mentioned earlier in this episode, my children get up very early. The last couple of weeks in the mornings, when I've been carrying Edith downstairs, because she insists on being carried, she can go down on her own, but in the morning she wants Daddy to carry her. She tells me that Mr. Nobody is coming down the stairs behind us. And I said, well, who's Mr. Nobody? And I just played along with it for the first day or so. But she says, oh, he's behind us. He's right behind us on the stairs. And I turned around on one of the times and I said, come on, there's no one there. And she said, when you turn around, he goes away. It's only when you're facing forwards and coming down the stairs carrying me that you can't see him.
Get your phone out.
Now, she said it 3 or 4 times in the last 2 weeks, Mr. Nobody, so that's why we joke about it.
Yeah, gotta get your phone out and sneakily just film it.
Now, the other thing that happened is, I've been talking about how deep I've been sleeping, but I woke up about 3 a.m.
Was it 3:33?
It wasn't. I don't think it was anyway. I was on my own in the bed because Alice was sleeping in with the kids. So I was on my own in our bedroom, and I woke up, and there was...
Is it a Dan Aykroyd episode in Ghostbusters?
No. There was somebody in my bedroom. There was a... I can't explain it. There was a black, like a shadow, but it wasn't a shadow, stood next to the bed, literally 2 feet from my head.
Really?
And I was looking at this.
Were you trying to think, is that Alice? Is it the kids? Were you trying to work out what it was?
Yeah, and it was like looking at black smoke, but black smoke that wasn't moving, like that black smoke that was just there. And the more I looked at this black shape, the more I knew it was something. Someone.
There's something
like
behind you.
There isn't. But honestly, the more I looked into this, the more it felt like I was looking into a hole as well. Like there was a hole in the wall, but it wasn't. It was so close to my face, and I wasn't scared. The weird thing was, I was just trying to. I just couldn't see it. It's so hard to explain. Even though I was awake and my eyes were open, I was just looking at it and I couldn't see what it was. It was like they blurred. You know when they blur somebody out on the news? It was like that.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't. And it was just there for a good minute or so. And eventually I sort of rubbed my eyes and turned the light on, and there was nothing there then. But there was 100% something, an entity stood 2 feet from me. And this shape was a person, and it was like black smoke.
Nice.
Really weird. But the smoke wasn't moving.
Did you do devil horns and go, fuck yeah?
No, I just got up and went downstairs and made a coffee.
At what point did it vanish then?
It was somewhere, it was just before I turned the light on, really. I kind of, as soon as I started sitting up a bit, it was like, it started getting smaller until it shrank down into nothing. That's how it felt anyway. It felt like it just went into nothing.
It wasn't you dreaming.
No, because I was awake. I was definitely awake. Because I was really... I sat up on my elbow and was really staring at it, thinking, I can't see what I'm looking at. Is this a ghost? Is this...
Is it a powerful fart?
Jesus. If I've done one in my sleep that's created black smoke, then probably need to go and get checked out.
It is a problem, the dreaded black smoke fart.
Well, I don't know if it's tied into Mr. Nobody, who seems to have appeared in our house in the last couple of weeks.
Sweet.
But apparently,
get that camera behind you, man. Get that fucking... Just get your phone over your other shoulder while you're holding... Just get it ready. When you can pick her up, have your phone over your shoulder ready and just record and walk down and let her do that and just see what happens. And
I'll try and do it tomorrow morning.
I love the fact that the moment you're about to play it back, you're going to be like... It's like Christmas Day with my presents. I don't know what's my present gonna be. What am I gonna see here? You're probably not gonna see anything. Is 99.99999% chance you're not gonna see a thing.
It's just funny that she's only just turned 4 and she's to make that up.
She's shitting elaborate. Her dad up already.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Let's move on from that. Now, we've been covering Scream 2 and we'll be covering Scream 3.
I've been secretly sending her messages saying, when Daddy picks you up, yeah.
Tell her Mr. Nobody's
coming downstairs, say, Mr. Nobody's coming downstairs.
But that's a really good name for a spooky thing as well.
Should we make a movie called Mr. Nobody?
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's quite good, actually. Trademark, Deadbolt Films. Copyright now.
Before we get into our main story from World of the Strange, just wanted to quickly touch on the painting called The Scream by Edvard Munch from 1893, which is the influence for the Scream mask, obviously the Ghostface mask. We all know that painting of a man with his hands on either side of his cheeks, sort of screaming. It's a great painting. I was just wondering what it meant and where it came from. And apparently it came from the artist Edward having a panic attack one day and hearing a scream that just went on what he thought was going to be forever inside his head. And he had this crazy panic attack. He was walking along with his friends along the canal.
Did he have a mental breakdown?
I don't think he did. But he said... he got home and just instantly painted the pain that he felt and how he felt during that.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing as a creative person, just like having some massive emotional thing, being good or bad, and then creatively just letting it all out is such a release.
Apparently, he did end up having a nervous breakdown eventually.
It sounds like he had one then.
So you can imagine in 1893, they didn't really know what panic attacks or anxiety attacks were.
No, of course not.
So he thought he was dying. You know, I've had panic attacks, as have you, and you do think you're dying the first time, especially when you really ever have one.
Yeah.
He said to him, the sky turned red and everything started screaming inside his head and outside, and he sort of just fell to the floor and his friends helped him home. But anyway, that is the story of the painting. So next time you see it, that is what a panic attack looks like.
Oh God, mate, I don't want to see that.
But let's keep it meta and let's move on to the main story. Life imitates art. Movies that have inspired real life crimes. You ready for this?
Go.
Okay. So, Clockwork Orange. We've covered it recently.
Well, this is why Kubrick wanted to. He did put it out. He didn't want it to do this. This is his reasoning.
So in 1973, a British teenager was reported to have killed a homeless man by kicking him to death.
So 73. So that means the movie was out and this happened. And then he pulled it from this event.
I believe so.
It must have been.
And also a second incident in the UK where a gang tried to kill a homeless man by kicking him to death, and they didn't succeed this time. So this is part of the reason that Kubrick pulled it, because of that movie. I didn't realise. I thought he was just worried something might happen. I didn't realise something had actually happened.
No.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Anyways, isn't that crazy?
Next.
The Exorcist.
I can't. I was trying to do Tubular Bells. My brain was like, what the fuck is Tubular Bells?
So, obviously, this film released in the early 70s. We all know the story. But in 1980, a lady called Patricia Fraser in Texas.
Pat?
What?
Patricia, Pat. Pat.
Patty Fraser in Texas watched the film and then believed that her daughter was possessed by a demon. She tried to kill her daughter. She tried to burn her and kill her, and she was basically put in prison. And she blamed The Exorcist.
Well, she obviously had mental health issues, and probably prison's probably not the best place. But it was only a matter of time, and that film would not been the catalyst. Something else would have been the next catalyst the next week came along.
Yeah. Well, here's another one for me and you.
And tomorrow's Friday the 13th.
It is tomorrow, yeah, as we record this. Now, in 1988, somebody called Mark Branch, who was a big fan of the Friday the 13th films, bought himself a hockey mask, and he went round to a psychology student, a lady called Sharon that he knew, and murdered her whilst wearing the hockey mask, thinking, I want to reenact Jason.
Shit.
He then killed himself shortly after the crime and confessed in a note.
He didn't write that, did he?
Imagine if he did. P.S. The cops would be like, they've never seen it. They're like, he's written the note, and then so he killed that woman. Okay. Hang on. P.S. Ha ha ha. Is he laughing at the end?
Frankie, you're good at these codes. You helped the Zodiac Killer. What does this mean? Chi, ka. Don't know.
I'm not sure what that means. Well, there we go. Let's go to Nightmare on Elm Street.
Poor lady, though, who died. We're not laughing at the death.
That's true.
Nightmare on Elm Street, yeah?
Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, I've never heard this, but in 2004, in the UK, somebody called Daniel Gonzalez was so obsessed with Freddy Krueger that he went on a 3-day killing spree. And he said it's because I just love the Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I just want to be like Freddy. I just want to end lives.
Okay, I recognise the name, but I don't recognise that event. Sarah, note this down for future
2004.
episode. High Strangeness podcast. Just quickly say that.
2004.
I didn't realise this. I didn't know. So a 3-day. Okay, so a spree, was it?
Yep, killing spree of 3 days.
And how many victims?
It doesn't actually say how many victims.
Maybe
these stories are quite light on detail.
Oh, we're going to have to look up that. I will possibly do an episode on it. We could do an episode on it.
There we go.
Crazy. These things are going to happen. And unfortunately, not just films, other things like get blamed for these things, or actually do are actually catalysts in people's minds, like computer games and stuff like that. Even songs, or back in the day, I imagine it might have even been the odd poem.
Oh, this poem's so good, I'm going to go out and murder my father.
Yeah.
Back in the 1700s.
But this shit's going to happen, and people are going to kill if they're going to kill, and that's the way it is.
I went to see a Shakespeare play the other day, and I'm going to go and murder some people.
Yeah, probably happened.
Well, Gav, we all sadly know about the Child's Play story.
Yeah, of course.
Where anybody who from the UK, but outside of the UK as well, will probably have heard of poor old James Bolger, little boy who was brutally murdered by two children slightly older than him himself. And they blamed Child's Play 3. They said, we got the idea from Child's Play 3. It was later debunked.
Yeah.
Because they'd never even seen the film. The parents had never seen the film. They'd never rented it out. They just blamed it on that.
Great, well done, dickheads.
However, it did lead to Child's Play 3 being banned in the UK for quite a while, and it was all over the newspaper. Mary Whitehouse and all the sort of press went to town on horror films, and it almost restarted the whole 88 cinema movie nasty thing.
Ban. Yep.
Yeah, but it didn't, thankfully.
The BBFC.
Yeah, that was another big news story. I've got one here which I don't quite understand. RoboCop 2. What, did somebody come back?
Dress up as RoboCop and go out and stop.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody called Nathaniel White, who's a convicted serial killer, said there's a scene in RoboCop 2 that I really love, and that was my inspiration for killing someone. It doesn't say the scene, annoyingly, in this story. But apparently, one scene in RoboCop 2, I don't know what it could have been.
I started watching the film. I was like, I'll go check out RoboCop 2. A couple of years back, it's on Prime. I started watching it and turned it off, and within minutes went, fuck this shit.
Well, I know, because that was going to be my birthday pick for that year, and you dissed it, so I said, I can't make him watch this.
So, thank you. Appreciate it. Sorry.
It was going to be RoboCop 2 and Terminator 2.
Oh, sorry, dude.
That's all right. I really like RoboCop 2. In fact, I kind of like RoboCop 3 because he can fly with a jetpack.
Fucking hell.
Well, the next one is one that I would worry about. Natural Born Killers. They did say, and I remember this being in the news, that they were thinking of banning it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's no rhyme or reason, just a couple of killers going around taking people out just because they want to.
Yep.
But it's been cited in several real-life violent incidents, one of which was 1995. Sarah and Benjamin went around committing lots and lots of shootings after becoming obsessed with natural-born killers. And this then spurred loads of debates about the influence of media violence on real-world actions. And the film was also mentioned in the diaries of the Columbine High School shooters. They really liked that film as well. So, didn't do well, but then bad press is still press after all, and that film is beloved. I'm not really a massive fan of that film, but it's all right. But yeah, I didn't realise the Columbine guys were obsessed with it as well.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it? Scream.
Oh, no.
The first Scream movie. Oh, no.
Was it two killers?
So the film has been linked to several real-life crimes, suggesting a disturbing effect on certain individuals, one of which includes a son who murdered his mother in California in 1998, and two British teenagers said they drew inspiration from the film to commit a stabbing in 1999. It got them so hyped up, and they watched it so many times that gave them the kind of the bravery to go out and do it. Go on, you do it. No, you do it. Let's do it. Just like Billy and Skeet Ulrich at the end of
Weird that everything else would you'd go tunnel vision focus, and everything else would be blurry, like what's right, what's wrong, etc. And just like you're so focused on that, you don't think about the outcome, getting out of it, or everything else. Crazy.
Also, in 2001 in Belgium, a Belgian man killed somebody whilst wearing a ghost face mask, stabbed them to death.
That's why, like, some killers ejaculate when they kill, because it's such a fucking intense moment. Do you know what I mean? It's so much like, ugh. It's like, fucking hell.
But can you imagine being that poor girl in Belgium?
Yeah.
Seeing a guy in a Scream mask, and then he actually does stab you to death.
Yeah, wouldn't be good.
And then in 2006, a lady called Cassie was murdered. And when they arrested the perpetrators, they found that they'd been planning it and making video recordings of them practicing it, all very similar to Scream. And they were even quoting some of the scenes from Scream.
Premeditated. Fuck's sake.
Pretty
Crazy
stuff.
Well, yeah, it's going to happen. Like, unfortunately, it's fucking. But these people, if it isn't that, these people are eventually saying someone's going to cross them or someone's going to annoy them, and they're just going to flip anyway. Yeah.
The Dark Knight, which you were in, I believe. Was it The Dark Knight you were in?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Just to casually mention that, Gav was in The Dark Knight. This wasn't Jared Leto, this was Heath Ledger as the Joker. The better Joker, in my opinion. And the Joker is responsible for something as well.
I didn't get to see him on set, but I got to hear him over the tannoy lots talking to the prisoners.
Well, in 2009, a high school student was so obsessed with The Dark Knight that he took a knife and sliced his own face open to give himself the same scars as the Joker.
Fucking, I shouldn't laugh because that is mental health fucking to 11, that is. Unfortunately, it should have been seen before that got to that, but oh, fuck's sake, that's crazy.
And there was also an attack on a nursery in Belgium, a children's nursery.
That's not good.
Where a young man dressed as the Joker, the Heath Ledger Joker, entered the nursery, killing 3 people and wounding 12 others.
That's crazy. And then there's obviously that shooting where that dude had his hair same colour as Joker's.
Which one was that?
Shooting in the cinema.
Oh, yeah. He pulled a gun out during the film, wasn't it?
Yeah.
During the Batman film.
Yeah. And, was it Batman? No, it wasn't Batman. It was that gangster movie with Josh Brolin.
Because someone did get killed or shot during a Batman movie, didn't they?
I think that was the case as well, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Then there's one more, and that's The Purge.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Did they hear the alarm go off in their head?
So in Louisville, Kentucky, moral panic ensued in 2014 because residents thought there was a real-life purge event happening, which led to a city-wide lockdown. Now, all this was a rumour, and before you knew it, everyone was like, oh my God, the purge is actually happening for real in our city. Oh my God. And the police had to lock down and curfew the entire city for 24 hours because they were worried people were going to go out and rape and kill, thinking, great, the purge, we can do it for real. That is mental, isn't it?
Mm.
That is mental. That is all my facts. But, Gav, if there was one movie that you would hate to see somebody really imitate and turn into a real life thing, what would it be? And don't say Serbian film.
What would you say?
I would probably say I'd hate to be involved in, and I'd hate to hear that somebody had actually done a real life human centipede. Especially if I was the middle one.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Brilliant.
I should come up with some genius comical time-end word.
Substance. Robocop. A thing.
American Pie.
A man named Gav Hoare was arrested after having sex
Why
with
me?
an apple pie.
Why am I the one doing it?
Well, who else is going to do it? Bill, not you. Oh, he's asking if I've got any apple pie in the house.
But then again, people have probably had sex with lots of different things we don't know about.
Yeah, but an apple pie, that's pretty extreme, isn't it?
It's correct, I suppose, in the way they feel like it could be in their own head, as a youth.
Oh God!
What would you have suggested he put it in?
I don't know.
Bowl of thick custard.
A roast chicken. A nice warm roast chicken.
Oh, foul.
Hey, very clever. Well, on that note, Bill's talking about apple pie. We're talking about having sex with dead chickens. Well, roast chickens.
You are. I'm chuckling along to the cock speak.
You said you want to put it in a bowl of thick custard. Ever since we watched Hansel and Gretel, you've been obsessed with a big thick bowl of custard, haven't you?
Make custard like the old lady used to make it. Wasn't brain dead.
What we need's another war.
Right, come on, let's get out of here. Let's do this next movie. It's another 2-hour film. We better get on it.
Bill, put the apple pie down and take us out of here.
That's all the time we've got for this week on World of Strange. Next week, though, gimme Ira. Hairless pets. Weird.
They're shooting Stab 3. Jesus.
Brace yourself, Gail. You get killed in the script.
I get killed in Stab 3? I get killed?
Violence in cinema is a big deal right now.
Cue the violins.
Hollywood is about death. The violence people do to each other.
So if we stop making scary movies, what? All the psychos in the world will retire?
Hello?
Hollywood is reeling today.
Cast member, Stab 3 has been murdered.
It's happening again.
If you find yourself dealing with the concluding chapter of a trilogy,
Oh my god.
there are a few things that you gotta remember. Anyone, including the main character, can die. This means you, Sid, you got a killer who's gonna be superhuman. Basically, you gotta blow him up. It's the final chapter. The past will come back to bite you in the ass.
What do you know about trilogies?
All I know is that in the third one, all bets are off.
There's been a second murder.
Someone's killing them in the order they die in the movie.
There are 3 different versions of the script.
Hello?
3 different characters die next. And we don't know which one the killer read.
We are not in any danger.
We are not in any danger, says Candy, page 15.
I don't see you leaving.
Oh, you motherfucker!
Welcome to the final act.
It's your turn to scream, asshole.
Hey, here's how I see it. I'm being stalked. Because someone wants to kill me? No, because someone wants to kill you. Starting now, I'll be with you. And since they really want to kill you, they won't kill me. They'll kill you. Make sense?
None.
Scream 3 from 2007. 1 hour and 56 minutes. Rated R for pirates. Joke that never gets old. A young woman, a reporter, and an ex-policeman are drawn to the set of a horror movie. That's all it says. That's all it says.
I love the fact in this movie, we have obviously another movie within a movie. So we've got a whole film set with the crew and the cast. So we've got like Lance Henriksen as a producer. I love the fact that Lance Henriksen as a producer is we find out it's a sleazy producer who did sexual stuff, made people do weird sexual thing with different men in his dodgy room, his screening room, so they could get parts. And Harvey Weinstein produced this.
He must have been chuckling to himself when he read that bit in the script.
Yeah, but when they wrote this, and Kevin Williamson wrote it, he wrote this when fully well known Weinstein did this, because they all knew it.
Yeah.
So it's just like...
Well, Kevin Williamson only... He touched up some of the script. He only gets the credit.
I'm glad you said the script. He's the only thing that touched up.
He mainly gets the writing credit because of the characters. It was actually written by somebody called Erin Kruger, no relation to Fred. And then Wes Craven hated the script so much that he asked Kevin Williamson to do a few touch-ups on it, but
even
Kevin didn't really want to do it. So Wes Craven did most of the rewriting of the script.
Well, even Wes Craven must have been like, he must have been in on the joke that taking the piss out of Harvey Weinstein. Harvey Weinstein also just laughed about it, rather than saying, no, you got to cut that character out, you know. Even Lance Henriksen would have known what he's playing. So it's so now looking at it and knowing where we are with fucking Weinstein, a dickhead. It's just like,
and there's a few,
wow.
And there's a few jokes in this actually, like Carrie Fisher's cameo where she says, "I had to sleep with I heard Carrie Fisher slept with George Lucas to get the part of Princess Leia, and one of the actresses in this says, I slept with the director to get a part in this film. So there's quite a lot of that #MeToo stuff in this, which is a bit close to the bone,
that
really.
part where we have this random character, there's loads of just random movies that just threw into this cameo, and we have that cameo of Carrie Fisher. She's sitting there and they're like, oh, you look like her, with a picture of actual Carrie Fisher, and Carrie Fisher's not playing Carrie Fisher, but someone that looks like Carrie Fisher, and she's like, no, that talentless bitch. It's like, if you don't like the person that you look exactly like in the same job that you're in the same town, why the fuck have you got a photo of her just there? It's ridiculous. Anyway,
They really ramp up the meta in this one, like you said, and like we talked about earlier, with the fact that a lot of this will take place on a set of Scream 1, weirdly, which is called Stab.
I like this because it's the mechanics of filmmaking, and I'm obsessed with the mechanics of filmmaking, so that's why I enjoy that. That's why we do this podcast, that's why I make films, that's why I watch films. So I love this whole bit. It's perfect for me.
And what they do well here is they take it out of Woodsboro, they take it away from a student campus, they take it to Hollywood.
But we're keeping it in Woodsboro still, because of obviously like the set that they build.
Fake Woodsboro within Hollywood. And this is a chance to throw in lots of Hollywood traits, lots of cameos, lots more mentions and in-jokes again.
You know, you said about the Columbine incident earlier, yet this essentially has less violence and gore because of that incident.
It does indeed. They were asked to trim down a lot of which is why a lot of the deaths aren't very bloody.
Yeah, Craven had a lot of problems with the MPAA, and he almost quit the horror business. Not saying the film business, but the genre of horror. He almost quit because of the MPAA saying you got to cut this, cut that, because they were worried, obviously, because of the Columbine, and them thinking that the movies will influence stuff again.
And the director in this, Roman, the fake director, he is based on Wes Craven, because he keeps saying, I've just been told I've just got to make one horror film, then I can go and make that romantic comedy that I really want to make. And that's what Wes Craven kept getting told. Make one more horror film.
Wes Craven did make other films, didn't he? He did make some other sort of random stuff.
He makes some porn right at the start of his career.
Well, no, he made. I'm going to look now. You can carry on talking. But, like, yeah, I don't know if Wes really wanted to be known as the horror person.
Bit of a shame there, Wes, but there we go.
I feel like more he probably wanted to be doing other stuff, but he did keep going back to Music of the Heart.
That was the film that he really wanted to make, but kept getting told,
one
more horror film.
He made that in 1999. So, yeah, and the rest of it was horror.
He could make a non-horror film if he...
So, obviously he wanted to, so I don't know, yeah, I think he probably didn't want to be where he was, but, you know.
There's a couple of other cases, just before we get into the story of live imitating art here. The characters in this movie constantly complain that the script is changing at a rapid rate that they can't keep up with, and that there's several endings, which becomes a plot point when they're trying to figure out the order of who's going to die next, because the script has changed so many times. Well, that actually happened on this script, Scream 3. It was one of the most guarded scripts at the time, because they knew there'd be loads of red herrings and, you know, who's going to die, who's not going to die, who's going to be the killer.
Yeah.
And they did end up changing the script several times, to the point that Wes overheard the actors complaining to each other about it. He wrote that into the script, and it then became a plot point. And also, he famously hated working with Sarah Michelle Gellar in Scream 2, which is why there's a character in this called Sarah Darling, who's played by Jenny McCarthy, who is a real bitch. He makes her out to be like a real diva, and she gets brutally killed. And she plays the Cece character from Scream 2, and he based that on Sarah Michelle Gellar. Apparently he really disliked Wes Craven, which is crazy. Poor old Sarah Michelle Gellar. Leave my Buffy alone. She might be a bitch. Don't know. Don't think so. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this to unpick.
Patrick Dempsey's in this. I always think, what made me think of Dempsey and Makepeace. I do like Dempsey and Makepeace TV show. Patrick Dempsey, but he's also in Thanksgiving as well.
He is great in that.
As a cop, so it's very sort of familiar ground. Yeah.
And with this movie probably does a better job than Scream 2 of giving us so many options as to who the killer could be, because he's someone that you think he's definitely the killer for a lot of this. And actually, and okay, we'll get into spoilers right now. The character called Angelina, who's played by a British actress, Samantha, whatever her name is, she was actually, right up until the last moment, an assistant killer with the killer, which is why her character acts so suspiciously and sketchy all the way through, and why her death occurs off camera.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Almost. And then at the last moment, they cut that part out of it in a way that you can get away with it, but she does. But it adds to the movie for me because she acts suspiciously. Patrick Dempsey acts, but everybody in it is so suspicious. It could be any of them.
And the actual cast and crew actually saw the film for the first time at the premiere.
Yeah, it was a real secret.
Journalists saw it only 2 days before, because obviously journalists do it like a little bit before, and it's just a thing normally, but they weren't allowed to do it then. So, yeah.
So this film does get a lot of hate. I enjoy this film.
I don't mind this one. I prefer this to part 2.
Cool. I definitely prefer this to part 4. I think it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 for me from the original 4. But 2 is just only a little bit behind number 1. Well, let's get started then. We start off in Hollywood.
Cotton is obviously had his 5 minutes or whatever, or he's still having his 5 minutes, and he's in his car driving along, and he's a horny bastard, isn't he?
He's got a talk show now called 100% Cotton, where he talks about serious things that have happened, and he's on the phone to his agent, and his agent's saying, we can get you a cameo in the new Stab film. And he's like, oh, really? Oh, come on, I want to be in the Navy SEALs movie. What about that Navy SEALs movie that you were talking about? He's trying to get into action films. He's been working out. He's bigger, he's buffer. Kind of mimicking Liev Schreiber a little bit, who ended up going on to be in a load of action movies, like the Wolverine movies and stuff like that he was in. And he then gets a phone call in his car after speaking to his agent from our friend Ghostface.
Well, spoiler in this film again. Ghostface is using a voice changer, not just to do, hey, you guys, that voice. He's now... it makes no sense whatsoever if you get into it, because it's just a film, but he somehow managed to get the exact phrasing and voice impression of different people. I don't know how they've done that. Now you can, easily... Then I don't know how they did this.
Well, this is the biggest.
But still, that's what's going on, though.
Film.
Yeah, okay.
This is the biggest criticism of this film amongst horror fans, amongst the Scream fans, is that
it takes the
pushes
threat out.
The boundaries of almost science fiction.
Yeah, it almost takes threat out, because anybody could be anyone. So it's almost like, who cares? It takes that away a little bit, I suppose.
Just by putting it to your mouth, I can suddenly sound like Gav, or I can suddenly sound like Arnie. And like you say, with AI, yes, you can do that. But back in 2000, no.
But you still need AI still needs now to take, say, one of our podcasts to be able to replicate both our voices perfectly. It's not even that many words. I don't think it's like 25 words or something. I think
Scream 3 is 25 years old now. How crazy is that?
Yeah, totally.
I mean, Scream 1 will be 30 in a couple of years. That's nuts.
I've said this. I'm pretty sure I said this last time. I don't know, maybe not. I said to Elijah, like, when I die, Elijah, you can just listen to all the hours of podcasting I've done and put it into an AI thing. Now I can say anything you want me to say.
Funny enough, I said that quite similar to Alice.
Yeah.
Very funny. I mean, there was an episode of Black Mirror based around that.
Yeah. Well, anyone could take. We've put I don't know how many hours out there, so anyone could take anything we want to make us say anything. We could put the whole podcast. We don't even need to do it.
At this point, it's about 180 episodes if you include all the bonus stuff, maybe more, close to 200, with between 3 and 4 hours each episode. That is a lot of talking.
So about 800 hours, maybe 700 hours, 800 hours.
Maybe more, and people can just take it, and Dan could say whatever he wants. Dan could say, yes, I was at the P. Diddy party. Oh, I just said it. Shit.
Me and Gav are the actual organisers. We were the actual oil importers.
We're the oil distributors.
So we did the oil there. It was there like, hey, it's Gav and Dan, the oil men.
How Harvey Weinstein's like, oil up my butt cheeks, boys.
Let's not do that. Let's carry on this movie. Cotton's horny in the car, and he gets a phone call.
It's Ghostface. Now Ghostface is in his house, and his beautiful girlfriend Christine, named after the car, because Wes Craven absolutely loved that movie. Christine is taking a shower. Someone's in the house. She's a bit worried. She hears Cotton. Cotton, is that you? But it's not him, is it, Gav? It's the voice changer of Ghostface.
Well, we don't know this yet, though.
Yeah, so
as
she's
an audience member.
Stop playing that game. I don't like playing the game where you're pretending to come and get me. So he's got some weird kinky game he plays with her, where he pretends to come and attack her, but doesn't. I don't know. Anyway, Ghostface says to him on the phone, "I'm looking at your girlfriend in the shower right now."
But it starts off with Cotton speaking to this girl.
Oh yeah, he gets a.
It's the voice changer. It's just, but we don't know this. So the audience, we all just think it's this girl saying, "Hi, I think you got the wrong number," and she starts basically flirting with him. Says, "Is this? No, is this Cotton Weary?" And he's like, "Yeah, it is actually." So she starts like tickling his funny bone, what he wants to hear, and then she just slowly drips into like, "You've got a girlfriend? How do you know I got a girlfriend? Because I'm watching her." Type job. So. The audience know, like, Ghostface has got a new toy. He's got this voice changer.
Yeah. So back at Cotton's house, his girlfriend is being chased around the house by Ghostface. She hides in one of the rooms, and then she hears Cotton saying, "Open the door, Christine, open the door." And she thinks it's Cotton dressed as Ghostface, getting his kink on. She's attacked. Cotton kicks the door and comes in.
And
he sees
very quickly the catalyst for Ghostface to do this is because actually Ghostface says to Cotton on the phone, "Where's Sydney?" So we know that Ghostface wants to get Sydney, and he's basically going to Cotton like, "I'm going to fucking do this if you don't give me Sydney." So it's basically that's what's going on with this.
I want her address, basically, because she's vanished.
Give me her details, bitch.
So Cotton comes home. There's signs of struggle. There's bullet holes in the door. Kicks the door in, and his girlfriend has got a golf club which she swings at him, or a baseball bat which she swings at him. Oh no, it is a golf club. She thinks he's trying to attack her, and he's like, what are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
And then
because basically the whole time Ghostface has also been at the house and doing Cotton's voice. So then all of a sudden she thinks Cotton is Ghostface under the sheet still. She still thinks it's Cotton because it's doing Cotton's voice. So I thought what would be better here. So he runs in there. So she starts attacking him. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She's obviously going like, "I'm attacking you because you've just been here in a costume," and that. I thought how good this had been here if she actually killed Cotton.
Jesus.
And because she thinks that's Ghostface, and that happens, but we don't actually have any Ghostface at all. But Ghostface did do that with the voice and stuff. Ghostface was there or something, but that happened. And then that gets back to Sydney and then starts that way. I thought that would have been a really cool way of doing the film.
That's quite cool. But this is a Scream movie.
So it's a bit too pop than that.
So whilst Cotton is trying to calm down his girlfriend who's swinging a golf club at him, Ghostface comes in the room behind her and kills her. He then fights Ghostface, who stabs him in the chest, and he dies. And that's your opening scene.
So it should have been better. She should have killed him thinking it was Ghostface.
Yeah, but you want to see Ghostface stab someone.
And she says to the police, and Sydney's there watching on the news and says the girlfriend's there, she's saying that she killed him because he was dressed as Ghostface. And Sydney's like, what the fuck? That would have been how you do it. But yes, I know.
So yet again, we've killed off one of our regulars. So last time we lost Randy. This time we've lost Cotton Weary.
It's funny. Cotton's not really in the film much. If you add up all his screen time, it's fucking 15 minutes probably.
But he's the hero of Scream 2.
But he is quite a prominent character. He is a very much needed for it. So he becomes. It feels like he is a bigger character. So yeah.
Yeah. A bit like Randy. Randy wasn't in it much, but because he gave his rules, he became a favourite of fans of the films.
Let's call Randy Horny.
Horny. That's going to be a bit confusing. So we cut to Sarah Connor, a.k.a. Laurie from Halloween, a.k.a. Sydney, who's taken herself off to a farm where
she's
she lives
like,
in isolation.
Fuck this shit. I'm getting a dog. I'm getting a job as a counsellor using a phone system. Boom. I'm in there. And primitive internet.
She's got barbed wire everywhere, alarms, traps, landmines, bear traps. Well, she hasn't got some of that, but she's basically barricaded herself in this farm where no one can get to her. She hasn't told anybody where she lives. Only Dewey, we find out later on, knows where she lives. Nobody else can get to her. And like you say, yes, her job is a counselling line where women can call up who are suffering domestic abuse or violence, and she can advise them and counsel them on what to do. I get the impression she's also been taking up like a martial art and some gun work. She basically is
Sarah Connor.
She's Sarah Connor. She's quite badass by this.
Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
Sarah Connor.
Cut to Gale Weathers and that motherfucking haircut.
Motherfucking haircut. Preach, brother, preach.
There's a really funny picture taken in not long ago of Courtney Cox with a fan dressed in the Scream mask, pretending to cut her hair.
Oh, okay.
Into that style.
She actually did it for a Halloween party.
She did. She did the hair again for Halloween.
Oh.
It's so bad. It's such a bad haircut, and everybody knows
her
it.
Boyfriend, her husband's like, no, you should do that. So is he taking the piss out of her?
Well, they cut their real life honeymoon short to come back and film Scream 3, which is why those two are really, really tanned, because they've just been for a month in the Bahamas. So if you watch this film again and look at Courtney Cox and David Arquette, they're both super tanned because they've just come back from a month in the Bahamas.
Checking his fingernail set.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Check his fingernail set between takes because they're in the honeymoon phase. Do you think he was?
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Little fingering, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, Gail is giving a lecture to a room full of people about journalism and how to be a really good reporter and journalist. She's obviously really rising up in the world because she's lived through 2 terrible, murder sprees and reported on it and come out of it alive and almost the hero. And as she wraps up her lecture, Detective Kincaid was the character from Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors, I believe.
The doctor, Dr. Kincaid.
No, I think it was the kid.
Oh, okay.
The strong kid, the black kid who was quite strong.
Do you think this is connected?
No, I don't. But I do think Wes Craven wrote that and he wrote this. That's what I think. Anyway, Patrick Dempsey is Detective Kincaid. He comes into the lecture hall and says, Gale Weathers, Cotton Weary has been murdered, and so is his girlfriend. And on the body of him, we found some photos of Sydney's mother. What? Sydney's mum?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sydney's mum.
Sydney's mum.
And this becomes quite a big plot point. So basically, throughout this, whenever someone gets killed, there will be photos of Sydney's mum from when she was younger in Hollywood, because it turns out, spoiler alert, she had a secret film career that she never told anybody about, where she starred in low-budget horror films back in the day and never told her husband or her daughter about it.
Yeah, because she sucked her way to the top, that's why.
Well, I think she was more raped from the sound of it.
Mm-hmm. We cut to the film set, actually, and I like...
Well, just before that, sorry, they also, the last bit of exposition is, did you know that Cotton Weary had a cameo planned for Stab 3? Which is how we find out there's a Stab 3 film in production.
Okay.
And Gail's like, no, I didn't. Jesus Christ, what's going on here? Then we cut to Sydney seeing on the news that Cotton's been killed. Then we cut to, what you were going to say, Sunrise Studios in Hollywood.
It's on the film set. It's on and you've got the producers and talking away, and Roger Corman's executive producer. And
they're chatting to Lance Henriksen,
who's the producer of the film.
He's also a bit of a Wes Craven-y type character, but only more in looks. He's basically Harvey Weinstein.
Basically Weinstein, yes. Yeah. But it's quite nice that we got his people. It's so funny seeing Lance Henriksen a couple of months ago. So old now.
He is.
Very old.
One of only 3 actors to have ever been killed by a Terminator, an Alien, and a Predator.
Yeah, true.
Can you name the other 2 actors?
Bill Paxton.
Yep.
And don't know.
Michael Biehn.
Oh yeah.
Michael Biehn. Yes, they're discussing. So all these executive producers are talking to Roman, who is the director of Stab 3, about what's happened. Is this going to be good publicity? Do we need to stop the movie? Are the actors in danger? Should we morally be doing this? Basically, they're all like, we're going to make money out of this, so let's just keep on making the movie.
For them, actually, it's going to give more people want to go and watch it, because it's not really their fault. It's not happened on their set. It involves a story that they're doing, so, you know. It's almost, if you could do a real dark sort of publicity thing, you could do anyway. Not saying just tell people, pay people to go out and kill people and say, do it with a ghost face. That's it. Yeah, nice. That's terrible publicity. Who's your new publicist? They've done a terrible job. People getting slashed up for real. I do like this film as well. We then cut to like the main actors who are going to be in the film, which we're on the film set of. Okay, everybody stay with us.
They're all playing the characters from Scream and Scream 2 that we know,
which is brilliant.
So you've got these Hollywoodized versions of Dewey, Courtney Cox's character, Gale Weathers. You know, all of these characters are like slightly buffer, prettier versions.
It's really good, because last time I said about how fun it was having those other actors in there. These like you know, the ones we had last time. Who is it? Female one, roller skater girl in Boogie Nights.
Heather Graham,
people like that. But yeah, this one time we've got the characters, but we're not watching the movie like we were then. We're actually with the characters, so they have a stake in it as well, because essentially they become targets themselves, even just because of the connection, the fact that they're actors rather than anything to do with the actual story. It just seems a bit weird. But
just because they're portraying,
it just does it anyway. But like, it's quite a fun another development furthering along the Scream crazy metaverse train we're on.
Yeah, and Gale turns up on set and sets up a secret camera recording.
Fucking camcorder in that bag.
Just no one will notice this.
No one will notice these big fucking air holes on the side of my yellow handbag.
And the fact that even in 2000 the camera would still be going. Yeah. It's still going to be making a noise. She meets her character, the woman playing her,
which is funny, isn't it?
She's like, "Oh my god, the real Gale Weathers! Oh my god, you're such an inspiration to me. Your storyline, I'm really trying to get. I feel like I'm in your head because I know you so well."
Yeah.
And she's like, Gale says, that must explain why I've got a constant headache.
And then who just pops up? But her ex-love interest. Bow, 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 bow.
And she's like, Dewey, what are you doing here? He's like, I'm working here. She's like, what do you mean? And he is a story consultant, a technical assistant, because he lived through Scream 1 and 2.
Yeah.
So he's there to advise the producers, the director, and the cast how their characters might act or think.
Yeah, he's on the payroll.
He's making that money. He's also in a relationship with...
Bow, 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 bow.
Is he in a relationship with the fake Gale Weathers?
No, he's a assistant. He's helping her. I don't think he's doing anything.
No, he's living in a trailer, in a camper van in her garden.
Yeah, I don't think he's banging her.
Oh, I thought he was.
No, he's just her like assistant and stuff.
Okay. Now, my biggest problem with this movie is the next scene. Absolutely hate, and I love Kevin Smith, but I do not know and I do not understand what And Earth possessed the studios to put
at the
Jay
time
and Silent Bob into this.
Well, he said he cameos. Yeah, it's a bit weird. And at the time, he said that when they said it to him, he said, "No, I'm not fucking doing that." Then they told him how much. I don't know what it would have been, but they probably paid him maybe paid them both each maybe like 50 grand or something just to walk along as on a tour of the set as Silent Bob and Jay.
If they'd have not spoken, it would have been okay, but because they speak and they are in character, it really takes me out of this film.
It's just now you look at it like now we're discussing it as in like a silly thing which shouldn't be there, and it probably cost them so much money, but that's just nonsense of Hollywood, isn't it?
It's like having Batman in it as a real Batman or something like that.
It's just not needed.
So what are you saying? You're saying that the
it's because that weekend
from the
Kevin Smith or whatever those characters or whatever just come out. Like, people really like that. Cool, put them in it. Doesn't matter how much, just put them in it. It's just stupid people thinking of numbers.
Well, basically, there's a studio tour, and Jay and Bob are in the tour. They see Gale Weathers. They get excited because they recognise her. That's the end of that.
I like the fact that Lance Erickson just fucking throws Gale off set, though.
Yeah.
Is that Gale Weathers? Get that woman off my set! That's not a bad impression.
Great. That's pretty good. Sydney, later we see her talking to her dad. Now, we haven't seen much of this, so they talk about Mum and Mum's secret life and, you know, the fact that she was murdered, and they're both still coming to terms with it. And he says, you know, I don't know why you've removed yourself from society and the world and you're living out here in the middle of nowhere.
Fucking all my mates would get hacked up around me, Dad. Fuck that.
Every time I go out with someone, he's either going to try and kill me or he gets killed, Dad. Jesus Christ. She falls asleep on the sofa, and we get a little bit of a ghostly moment where her ghost mum is outside going, Sydney, Sydney. And she wakes up and she sees her mum at the window. It's really, really Wes Craven, this scene. Really well done, really Wes Craven. And she sort of says, it's your fault. It's your fault that all this has happened. Everything you touch dies, Sydney. And then Ghostface suddenly jumps through the window and smashes the glass. And then she wakes up and it was all a dream. A bit strange, but she's been through a lot.
Fluff. Yes, it's trying to show her character, isn't it?
Cutting back to the studio, and Jenny McCarthy is there as the Sarah Michelle Gellar character, Cece. She's alone in the studio. The guys leave her in there, and she's there. She's been told to come and meet the director, Roman. So she's waiting and waiting. Where is he? The phone rings, and it's Roman. Hey, I wanted to discuss the character with you. She's like, well, I want to discuss why I'm a 35-year-old actress playing a 21-year-old. Again, dying with my tits out. This isn't what I wanted.
Yeah,
he's like, okay.
Wouldn't she be quite happy she's playing a young character?
Okay.
Like, that's a lot younger. She's what, 35? She's playing 21.
No, Gav, I'm dropping a truth bomb here. Boom, the director is the killer. There's your spoiler. So he's talking to her on the phone, and then he turns into Ghostface on the phone. And he starts off saying, let's run some lines, but then his voice changes, and then she hangs up on him. She's scared, she's worried, she runs off. Quite a scary scene now. She runs into the costume department.
I think you'd know as well that before it's Ghostface and it's the director speaking, Roman, that it's not Roman, because we've been introduced to the voice change. We now know that is an existence. I imagine first time viewing of this, you would think, oh, that's obviously Ghostface.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, probably. And she's in the costume department now, where there's dozens and dozens of Ghostface masks hanging up on coat hangers.
What a coinky dink. She runs into the fucking warehouse of Ghostface costumes hanging up at average height.
And while she's hiding, we see that one of them has got feet.
Ghostface
starts creeping towards
obviously
her.
Knew that she was going to come in there, so went in there, hid up, stood in there, hiding away, going, I fucking hope she does come in there.
She's attacked, she's stabbed, but this is such a great Argento homage from Wes Craven here, because she pushed face first through a window of a door. So she's hanging through the hole of what used to be a window in a door, glass piercing her all over, and then she's stabbed in the back about 20 times, just like Argento likes to do to his girls. It's a great little homage. Not a nice way to die. But
No.
Jenny McCarthy is dead. She'll later go on to be killed in one of the Scary Movies as well, wouldn't she? Can't remember which one, though.
Yeah. They got a new Scary Movie coming up.
Yes, 6, is that?
Yeah, I think
7?
So. 6, I think.
Jesus.
Mm.
Gail and Dewey, they have lunch together. There's tension between them. They discuss their failed relationship. And he says, I've got some information off the record, Gail. Don't know why he trusts her. Why the fuck does he trust her? He knows what she's like.
Yeah, but he's you know, he's done relations with her. Sweaty relations. So he's all up for that. Putang.
He's weathered her gale.
I thought you say wailed her gale.
He's wailed her gales.
That old sea shanty, whales and gales.
Oh, get some whale blubber.
Slap it like it's blubber. That's it.
We're sailing the high seas today, Gail.
You can have like a Fishman P. Diddy.
Why?
Slap it like it's blubber.
Why? Bad boy for life.
Whale boy for life.
It'd be fish oil, though, wouldn't it?
Be fish boy for life.
Fish oil instead of baby oil.
It would.
Cod liver oil. We found thousands of bottles of cod liver oil at P. Fishy's mansion.
P. Fishy.
P. Fishy.
P. Fishy.
Who else was at his party? Captain Birdseye was there. Oh my God! I knew it.
His beard was looking crusty when he left.
Captain Pugwash was there as well.
3 days
Loads of
straight,
pirates.
Pugwash was going for it. 3 days straight on drugs.
Cod liver oil. They loved it. I almost said cunt liver oil then. I do apologise. Disgusting. Yes, so they discuss their failed relationship, and then he says he's got some information about Sydney. There's a file on Sydney which reveals where she lives. I know where she lives because I'm doing. She's confided in me. Anyway, that file was stolen from the police station just before Cotton Weary's murder. Dun, dun, dun. So Gail's like, oh my God, this is great news. This is a lead. I can try and start figuring things out. And he's like, no, it's off the record, Gail, remember? It's off the record. So they go to Jennifer's house. Jennifer is Dewey's, she is his girlfriend. She's one of the actresses from Scream. And they tell her Sarah's dead.
So Dewey is basically now boning the person that looks like is playing the person that he was.
Yeah.
That's a bit odd.
It's a bit sad. But she makes him sleep outside in the trailer.
That's even odder.
They tell her that Sarah's dead. And they instantly figure out, they're being killed in the same order as the screenplay. Okay, so who's next? Well, there's 3 versions of the script, so it's hard to figure out.
See, this is quite fun because there's a bit later on in the house when they're at that rap party and they're just like, oh my God, who is it? Who is it? We did this in Preternatural when we're sitting there reading the script and going, what happens next? What happens next? We're trying to read the script as it goes along. We did, and I thought, oh wow, I never even realised that.
Yeah, because they get a fax, don't they? They get the fax machine.
Yeah. So, I thought it was really interesting.
Now, Jennifer's got a bodyguard who's played by Patrick Warburton, who everybody knows from Family Guy. He does.
Yeah.
Hey, Peter.
Joe.
He's a pretty big guy. And apparently Stone Cold Steve Austin was going to play this role, but then pulled out at the last moment. So the character's name, the bodyguard's name is Steve Stone.
Nice.
In honour of that. Can you imagine if it was Stone Cold? That would have been awesome. But it's still good that it's Patrick Warburton. He hates Dewey. He calls him Dewdrop. Hey, Dewdrop.
Hey, Dewdrop.
Dewdrop. And he's just there to look after Jennifer. He doesn't really care about anything else. Kincaid, Detective Kincaid
And-
goes to the crime scene.
With his partner, who's the cheeky Ben Stiller alike.
He does look a lot. That's who he looks like.
He's basically Ben Stiller, and he has a real cheekiness about him.
He's like a Timu Ben Stiller.
Like Lance Henriksen saying, "Hey guys, do we need detectives here?" And what's this got to do with the movie? And he says back like cheekily, like, "Well, the film is called Stab. She was stabbed." And it's just, in his delivery, it's actually kind of all right, but like he's kind of not used enough, I feel. Yeah, because he's still very much a side character. But yeah, it is Ben Stiller like.
Well, they all gather, and Gale and Dewey are there, and this is where they reveal there's 3 versions of the script. So there's 3 possibilities of who the next victim could be. The cop says to the director, "We've got word that you met Jennifer just before she died." And he's like, "Well, no, I didn't." And she's like, "Well, her roommate said you did. Apparently you called her up and you told her to come and meet you, and then she died." So they arrest the director on set. And Lance Henriksen's like, "Jesus Christ, my movie's going to get put on hold. Jesus Christ." So that's the end of that scene. Cutting back to Sydney, who gets a crisis call.
Sid gets a crisis call, and it happens to be her mother's voice. How the fuck did the killer get the fucking voice of the dead woman from years ago? How the fuck did you do that? That is some genius fucking Back to the Future portal AI shit.
I guess the killer knew that she had made lots of films, so he was able to get all the audio from those films.
And do what? Slice it together on the fly when she's asking questions or when she's saying stuff.
She says her name's Laura. Her fake name is Laura Sydney when she picks up these phone calls.
Yeah.
And this woman's saying to her, "Laura, I've killed someone." And he's like, "Oh, okay."
This has to be in Sid's head.
You know, need to call the police, maybe?
Is this in Sid's head?
Sid's head? Oh, Sid's head.
Sid's head. It's Sid's head.
I thought you were saying Sid's head. I thought, what's Sid's head? Is this in Sid's head?
Sid's head.
I'm off on holiday next week, guys. Where are you off to? I'm off to Sid's head. Have you been to Sid's head? Yeah, it's brilliant there. Get me back some cheap sunglasses on your way back from Sid's head. And some cigarettes.
Sid's head.
Is this taking place in Sid's head?
Stop it.
I thought that's what you said.
It's just because I can't talk properly and I host a podcast.
Sid's head.
It could also be something you get sometimes when you're on holiday.
Sid's head.
Yeah. It's like a disease. Is this in Sid's head?
Yes. I don't know, because her mum says to her on the phone.
It's not possible for the killers to do it, though. It has to be.
She says, "Turn on the news, Sydney." So she turns on the news, and it says, "Stab 3 production has been shut down."
How the fuck? If it was Ghostface... Oh, they must have a TV on as well. Okay.
She says it's been shut down after another death related to the movie. And then the dead mum hangs up, and Sydney gets up and locks all the doors.
It's impossible.
Grabs a gun. She grabs a gun. Remember that. Cut back to Sarah's bodyguard, who's patrolling the perimeter.
Hey, Dewdrop.
Hey, Dewey, Dewdrop. There's a few actors inside.
It's a rap party, isn't it?
Yeah, they're having
a really shit rap party.
They're having a drink. And outside, Gale arrives.
Gale's hanging out like Ted Bundy, wanking up a window. Gale's not doing that.
Jesus Christ.
But pretty much.
Courtney Cox wanking up a window.
But she's doing a Ted Bundy, or pretty much.
And she overhears Dewey and his girlfriend discussing stuff, where he sort of disses Gale a little bit. And then all of a sudden, "Hey, what are you doing here, Gale Weathers?"
Hey, Dewdrop.
He takes her inside and he says, "I caught her outside. She was eavesdropping." And Dewey and Gale talk, and they realise that there was a cloned cell phone used on Sarah, and someone's been investigating Sydney's mum, and they got lots of pictures of her from when she was younger, but we don't have any information on her. All we know is there's lots of pictures of Sydney's mum from when she was younger. And then they discover a clue in the photo, which is they hold up the photo Sarah, Dewey's girlfriend, and they hold up the photo of Sydney's mum, and they were both taken in exactly the same location on the studio, just obviously 30 years apart or whatever. So it's like, okay, there's a tenuous link here, or connection. Okay, it's quite a stretch, this storyline, but whatever, we'll go with it. Meanwhile, the bodyguard goes into Dewey's camper van, and he's looking around, and he finds a picture of Gail in a frame still in the drawer.
Why is he even in there?
Because he's nosing around. He doesn't trust Dewey. While he's in there, Ghostface pops up and gives him a right old stabbing.
He does, but it is a bit mad though. So this big muscly guy, like, I thought he might put up a fight or might be.
He's a bodyguard. Come on.
But it's still like really, it's just a
couldn't even guard his own body.
It's literally like, oh, we've got to get body numbers in here. Quick, kill him off. Right, no, let's carry on. It's like, do you know what I mean? That's how it feels anyway.
Inside the house, Dewey and Gail sense that something is wrong. They look around and they see the bodyguards stumbling towards them. And then he collapses on the floor dead with a big knife in his back. So they instantly lock themselves in the house. The lights cut out immediately. Someone's cut the lights. And then the phone starts ringing. But it's not the phone. It's the fax machine, because this was the year 2000. Some of you might not know what a fax machine is, listening to this podcast right now. A fax machine was something that probably died out in about 2010, and it was basically a way to send documents and letters and text on paper through phone lines.
I don't think I ever even did a fax.
No?
Did you?
For fax's sake. Yeah, I've used to fax. I've worked in offices since I was 16, so I've done a lot of faxing in my life, Gav. All right, old mother faxer.
The Faxer. Is that Jason Statham's new film?
Yeah, but it's set in like the 90s.
And it's him in an office just faxing stuff.
For fax's sake. Yeah, it should be called For Fax. That'll be the tagline.
For fax's sake.
The Faxer. He's back, for fax's sake.
Yeah. And it's just Statham saying, for fax's sake.
What do you mean the toner's run out?
For fax's sake.
No fucking toner. I'll give you fucking toner.
Brilliant. Statham could do anything, can't he? Someone did a series of AI posters of really mundane jobs, but made into like the titles of films with Jason Statham in them, like The Librarian and things like that. And it was so funny. I saw it on Facebook the other day. It's so funny. Oh, if I see it again, I'll send them to you because I think you'll really appreciate them. Just think of a mundane job and then change it into a Statham film. Think of one now. Go.
Caretaker.
The Caretaker with Jason Statham.
But that could be, though. He watches a kid get hit.
He's cleaning up the town.
He's cleaning up the school.
He'll mop you up.
One kid at a time.
Oh, my God. Why is he killing children?
He's a serial killer.
Jason, put the mop down. Stop killing the children.
She looked at me funny. I thought to myself, I'll fucking kill her.
He buffs kids' faces.
Anyway, going back to this, they get fax machine going off, and it is basically the script coming through, one page at a time, telling them the cast are worried. The fax machine is telling them the script. Now one of them's going to die. Who's it going to be? And they're like reading this out, and it's like happening in real time as like predicting what they're about to do.
And they can't see anything, so they run outside so we can see what it is.
Yeah, so they all run out by the swimming pool.
And then the fax comes again, and one of them's like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to go back in. And runs back in to get it.
And it says...
But he can't see properly, so he goes closer in, doesn't he, to get a light or something.
He gets a cigarette lighter because the final page says the person who dies is the one who smelt the gas. And when he lights the cigarette lighter, he realises the house has been pumped full of gas by Ghostface.
It's so far-fetched for Ghostface to be faxing his stuff over, not knowing if this is going to happen.
You'd need 12 or 13 Ghostface in an army to help pull
and
this
cameras off. And talking to each other, communications, because like, okay, send it now. Okay, is it still going ahead yet? Have they actually gone outside? And then they're going to read the thing outside, say, smell gas. What gas? What's that mean? I don't know. We're outside. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, he needs to be inside with a lighter. Is there a lighter there? Let's leave a lighter. No, it's so elaborate.
Now, towards the end of the movie, when obviously we've already spoiled that, it's the director, Roman. He says, I'm the director. That's what I do. I direct people and, What would have
Okay, we
worked
can
better
look at it
for
like
me-
that if you're going to go like that. Yeah, okay.
What would have worked better for me is if he'd have been the killer and he's a director, so he can direct things, but he's got help from like Lance Henriksen. Let's say he wants to make his next movie a surefire hit, so he pumps lots of money into this sinister plot of murder.
Yeah, good.
And maybe throw in a few other people to help him out, like a stunt man or something like that. So basically, you've got a crew of people who are all working.
You could have had the whole like the film crew.
Even like the grip and the dolly.
Yeah, just be the murderers.
Even that guy that Kristen Bell shouted at, the guy that did the light bulb.
Yeah.
Good for you! That poor guy, he just changed the light bulb. And Christian Bale absolutely tore him apart.
Hey, honey, so how was work today? Oh, I got
I've been
told
fired.
off like really badly. What do you mean you got told off badly? Christian Bale,
By
the
you.
main actor, he shouted really loud and harshly at me.
Did McGee tell you off, the director? No, he didn't even say anything. It was all Christian Bale. And I didn't know if he was in character or not, because he's got a weird accent, because he's British but grew up in America, and I can't understand what he's saying half the time.
Who's McGee? Was it McGee then? Is he a big McDonald's fan or something?
I think his name's like McGregory or something like that.
McGee.
But that guy's job was electrician on set, so he noticed the light bulb was out. He just stepped in just to twist it and get it in a little bit.
And it got into his Christian Bale's eye line, so he's concentrating and he's basically tunnel vision, but he's not really, is he? His peripherals are out and he sees the eye that comes in. It would put me off, to be honest with you, the way I am. But yeah, it put him off. So he's like, I can understand where he's coming from with it, though. If he's in the zone, I can understand. If he,
and you listen to that recording,
but yeah, and he's apologised.
I noticed the light was out, and then you just hear him go, "Well, good for you!" He just screams at him. Anyway, none of that happens here.
We can laugh about it now, anyway.
We can. Instead, what happens in Scream 3 is that this cigarette lighter causes a gigantic gas explosion, which blows the entire building to shreds. Everybody gets flipped over the balcony, rolls down a hill, and yeah, they all kind of get a little bit separated, don't they, at one point?
Sid's back. That's it. They fall off the side. The house explodes. They all jump off the side and on the floor going, "Oh my god!" And that's that.
Well, then they see Ghostface. Dewey shoots him like 3 times, and he rolls under the car. That's to save Gale, and they go down there, and his body's not there, and you know, even though he's been shot, there's no sign of him, and you hear ding 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 ding, and the chemistry starts back up. They almost kiss, but then Jennifer slaps him because obviously she's like, "You're with me." So Gale punches her. Did you get that on film? Yes, I got that on film. Still my favourite bit. I love it. And then the other actress stumbles out of the woods, Angelina. She stumbles out of the woods. And she, like I said, she was going to be the killer in one of the original scripts, which is why she's acting suspiciously. And Dewey even says, "What were you doing way over there?" And she's like, "Oh, that's where I landed when I fell off the balcony." On the back of the photo of Sydney's mum, it says, "I killed Maureen Prescott." So whoever's doing this is now claiming to have also killed Sydney's mum originally, even though they thought it was Billy. So they're thinking, could this be Billy? Is he back from the dead or somebody else? What's going on? What the hell is going on? This is the 3rd film in the trilogy. Anything goes. So the detective wants to talk to Sydney, and Dewey says, "Well, I'm not going to tell you where she is, but what I will do is give her a phone call and ask her to come to the police station." She doesn't pick up the phone because, dun, 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 there she is. She walks into the police station. They hug. They discuss the phone call that she's had from her dead mum. They go and see Detective Kincaid. Gale and Sydney actually hug each other because they've been through quite a lot over the last couple of movies, so they have a little hug. And Sid walks in to see all these photos of her mum that she's never seen before, young mum, all over the wall. And Yeah, they're trying to figure out what on earth is going on. This is where they start piecing together this very stretched plot, one might say. What do you know about your mum? I don't really know anything about my mum. She vanished. All I know is that she vanished. Obviously, we find out later she had a secret horror film career. She was also involved in some terrible Weinstein activities against her will, which we'll come to as well later on.
Horny's sister turns up.
Horny's sister turns up.
Horny's sister, Randy's sister turns up.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So they go to the studio, Detectives Kincaid, Sidney, Gale, and Dewey, and they meet Martha.
Horny's sister.
Horny's sister.
And she is a terrible act. Her acting's awful.
He pulls a gun on her. And she goes, wait, don't shoot, I'm only 17.
It's really bad.
And anyway, she says, look, I got a tape here that Randy wanted you all to see. Now, Randy's obviously dead, or horny, as Cab likes to call him. And they put the tape in, and he says the usual, hey guys, well, unfortunately, if you're watching this tape, that means I didn't make it. And that means that one of you won't be making it either. So, since you're in the third part of a trilogy, here are the rules of a trilogy. And then he gives all the rules, which we've already covered in this episode. And then at the end of it, he sort of signs off by saying, well, I guess some of you won't make it. So, good luck, guys. And I guess I'll be seeing at least one of you soon. And it's quite a spooky little message from the afterlife. I do like how they've done it.
Yeah.
It's quite cool.
Yeah.
I was always happy with this moment. It's the only way you could bring him back, really.
Yeah.
You know, I know some people have their thoughts about bringing back Skeet Ulrich as a ghost, or Mickey as a ghost, whoever it is. Skeet Ulrich as a ghost in one of the other Scream movies. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Anyway, fake Gale, and I love this now, teams up with real Gale, because she's like, basically, if I'm with you, then the killer's after me, then he might go for you, thinking you're me. And I just figured that, but to get inside your head properly, and I know you well enough, Gale, we should team up.
Dewey wants to freeze him.
With fake Gale and real Gale.
Yeah, the Gales.
Oh, that'd be weird.
The weather Gales.
Ooh, it gets windy.
I don't know why.
Back down the hatches. Back to pirates. Arr. So Gale and Gale snoop around the studio together, and they bump into a lady who looks remarkably like Carrie Fisher.
Yeah, it's a picture of real Carrie Fisher and doesn't like being called Carrie Fisher. Don't have the picture of Carrie Fisher there then.
They joke around saying
she looks like Carrie Fisher.
And she says, no, I'm not her. I did actually audition for Princess Leia, but I didn't sleep with George Lucas like the real Carrie Fisher did to get the part. Now, that's funny because she did actually shag George Lucas in real life. So
did she?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They bribe her to let them in and look at some files. So they go in. There's a moment where she says, do you want me to tell you who I think you look like? I think you look like... And then she doesn't get to say anymore. She was obviously going to say, I think you look like Courtney Cox. I guess that's what she was going to say anyway. There's another moment earlier on that we've got to mention where somebody says that they were used to go out with Brad Pitt as well. So there's a lot of little references to people that were big in the year 2000. It's funny how things change, isn't it? Although Brad Pitt is still big, but he wasn't quite the heartthrob anymore that he was back then. So they go into some files and they find that Maureen was an actress, a horror actress who had a different name, a stage name. And she starred in a lot of low-budget, sort of Roger Corman-style horror films, some of which involved nudity, and this is why she kept it all a secret from Sidney and her husband. So there's a whole other life that we don't know about. And this is one of the rules of the trilogy that Randy mentioned. He said, everything you think you know from the first two movies gets turned on its head because a new piece of information is introduced. But, you know, and this was it. We would never have guessed that she was a horror actress. Sidney goes into the ladies' room, and there's someone in the cubicle.
Someone nicking props.
It's Angelina. Now, why? She sees that she's got a stab mask and a knife, and she's like, oh, because the film's shut down and probably not going to get put back on, I just thought I'd take some of the props. You probably think I'm weird. If I was Sidney, I'd be thinking, no, I think you're the fucking killer, and I'm about to pull my gun out on you and shoot you right now. But she lets it go. She lets her go. So Sid follows her out, and she ends up in a very dark room, and she's on set of Stab 3
of her own old house.
She sees a recreation of her own house. She goes into it. She goes up to her old bedroom.
Sits on her old bed.
In her head, she hears that moment where he says, would you settle for an R-rated relationship?
She goes back to it and she flashes her tits to him.
But she doesn't actually do it.
That's what she remembers.
She thinks, what good memories have I got from this bedroom?
What a strange memory to remember.
This was my childhood bedroom. What sort of cool things did I get
I remember
up
when
to?
I flashed my tits to the guy who tried to kill me. Why did you think of that?
I'd have thought of like doing a puzzle on the floor.
Or your mum tucking you in and giving you a kiss before bed.
Oh.
No.
But instead,
I thought of flashing my tits to that murderer.
Good memories. We've all got those good childhood memories, haven't we?
Yeah.
Flashing your tits.
To a murderer.
That's such a British term, isn't it? Flashing your tits.
Yeah.
Flashing your tits. Jesus Christ.
Stop flashing your tits, come on.
Anyway, she hears a noise. She grabs her pepper spray. The door seems to be moving a little bit, the bedroom door. And then all of a sudden, Ghostface is at the bedroom window. He pulls her out the window. They have a bit of a fight. She can really hold her own, which is why I believe that she's sort of been studying Krav Maga or something. She runs off, goes into another house.
Yeah, but she does so in her very much so. It's a nice little callback when she's in her bedroom when she gets a bit paranoid. Originally, she actually wedges the cupboard door with the bedroom door like she did the first,
just like she used to stop her dad coming in.
In my mind, that's a really satisfying thing. It always has been, just because that lock's perfect. But that's so satisfying. It's like a weird thing in my head. It's satisfying.
Because that's how she used to stop her dad from coming in to see her flashing her tits to her boyfriend.
Yeah. Dad, flashing my tits.
Don't come in. She goes in, and it seems like there's more than one Ghostface at this point, because he seems to be everywhere and anywhere all at the same time. She throws him down a balcony through a fake door, and he lands on a bed.
Well, Ghostface rips her out a window from the get-go, doesn't he? He pulls out windows to start it off. So fucking hell. My notes, it's changed an I-O to the I, so it says Gistface, which kind of sounds like Jizzface, really.
That would be a whole different movie, wouldn't it? That would be called Cream. Cream 3. In this episode,
Jizzface
is wandering around.
Cream.
Hey Sydney, what's your favorite porno film?
I quite like Edward Dildo Hands.
Wrong answer, Sydney.
Jizzface.
I love our tangents.
Yes.
Hopefully our listeners do.
So do I.
She runs into another house on the set, and this time she hears her mum's voice again saying, "Come here, Sydney." And she walks into a recreation of her mum's murder scene, where her mum was killed in her bed. There's blood all over the bedroom walls and all over the bed. And then she falls out of a window. Yeah, she falls out of another window, and that's where she sort of half faints and falls out of a window. And then Dewey and all the cops arrive on the set just as Ghost Mum in the sheet is shown up again. So we keep getting this Ghost Mum in a sheet, and I don't know if this is Ghostface or if this bit's in Sydney's head.
I don't know.
It's not ever really explained, and I don't think they really knew. I think this script changed so much because the press was so hot on it.
Yeah.
It was like a Tarantino script. They were like, "We need to leak it." So they had to just keep changing it to the point that Wes Craven was like, "I have no idea what's going on in this film." Couldn't tell you. Jizzface. That's all I know. So yeah, they go and search the house and they can't find anybody there. Detective Kincaid starts acting a bit suspiciously. Now, he isn't the killer, but he does a damn good job, and so does the script, of making us think he might be the killer at this point. And I don't want to spoil... Actually, I won't spoil it because it's quite new.
I've just done it. I'm literally going through the same motion in my head.
But I can't spoil it.
But we won't believe it, so we won't. No, me and you know what we're both on about, but no.
Yeah, exactly. And other people will know as well. Eli Roth band.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
So the detective drives her away. somewhere safe, he says to her. And Gale tells Dewey, I found out that Maureen, Sydney's mum, had a whole acting career that she didn't tell anybody about. Lance Henriksen talks to the director about, this is good news, this is good press. You've been released now. You got arrested, yes, but we can use this. We can spin it. And as they're talking, in burst our trio of intrepid investigators who basically have a go at Lance Henriksen and say, tell us about Rena Reynolds, aka Maureen. And he's like, who the hell is this? Who are you talking about? Oh, you mean that girl? Oh, yeah, I remember her. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember her. Oh. And then he says he's heard of her, and
then eventually just comes out of it. She wanted to be into movies, and she just got banged by everybody one night or something.
He said basically Hollywood is not a place for sensitive people, and women who want to get far in this industry basically get gang raped at parties. And again, you've got to think this is a movie produced by Harvey Weinstein.
I know. What a cunt.
Ouch.
Yeah,
but like you said,
he didn't
I've not thought of the fact that Kevin Williamson and Wes Craven would have known this and probably thought, this is our way of telling the truth.
Yeah, they would have done it as in a fuck you to Weinstein, but Weinstein would have looked at it as in like a laugh or whatever. But it was good to see him a couple of days ago actually looking really unwell. That was good to see.
Hopefully he'll die soon.
Walking along, like struggling along.
The thing is, I don't wish death on anyone, but what's he got to offer anybody after all that? Do you know what I mean? And
but at the same time, it's nice that he sits in a cell doing whatever he's doing, and that's it.
I just hope that all the victims get justice, and the same with Diddy. If what he did is real, I just want the victims to get their justice. Justice. Whether it's money, compensation, or just knowing that that person has been found guilty of it. You know what I mean?
Indeed.
Anyway, Sydney sees lots of books on films, so she's in the detective's office, and she becomes even more suspicious because he's got lots of books about films and sequels and horror films, and she asks him about it, and he's like, oh no, I just really like films, Sydney. Again, we as an audience are like, he's definitely the killer now. It's got to be him. He's got guns. He's quite a beefy guy. He can handle himself. Yeah, it's got to be that. It's got to be that. I realised in this scene as well, she's got Derek's Greek numbers on. Did you notice that? She's wearing Derek's necklace from Scream 2.
Oh, okay.
Because she obviously used that. We didn't say. She swung that at Mickey to cut his face at one point to fight him at the end of Scream 2. So she's kept that. She washed the blood off.
Yeah, still almost a bit strange thing to wear, but okay.
Yeah, fine. It's fine. Gail, Jennifer and Dewey get a call from Sid, who isn't Sid, it's the voice changer, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Saying, come and meet me at the party, the birthday party, Roman's birthday party. And they're like, oh, that's weird. But all right, we'll all go there. They arrive, and it's a shit party because it's only Roman, the director, Angelina, and Tyson, the other actor. It's just three of them there. And they're discussing, hey, these old mansions are supposed to have loads of secret rooms where they could get off and go and do loads of freaky things. Whoa, that's another P. Diddy reference right there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the director and the actors decide to split up and go off and find this potential secret room. Obviously, this is the director literally directing everybody, because he's the killer, to go off and separate.
True.
Which is quite clever. He goes into the basement where he finds lots of props and costumes and severed heads and stuff like that. And Dewey and Gail wonder where Sid is, because they're like, well, she said to meet her here. I don't know where she could be. And they find, what do they find in the cupboard, Gav?
A voice changer.
A voice changer and a scream mask. And they're like, oh shit, he's here. He got us here. We're trapped now. Gail goes down to the basement. Of course she does. And again, there's lots of body parts, and she sees Roman, the director, dead in a coffin. But he's not dead. He's faked his own death.
Yeah. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Tell anyone. This film's 25 years old. Don't tell anybody about that. Jennifer saves Gail, and they try to run to Dewey. Angelina jump scares them a little bit. Again, she's acting very suspiciously. She gets killed by Ghostface. We see her get dragged away off camera. Gale and Jen find Dewey, and he's been cut and he gets punched. Tyson gets stabbed. Gale fights back. And this is where Jen finds a secret room.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostface chases Tyson and throws him out of a window. Another death. He likes throwing people out of windows in this one, doesn't he?
Might be his fetish.
In the secret room that Jen has gone through, she gets chased down a little corridor by Ghostface, and she sees Dewey and Gale on the other side of a two-way mirror. So they would have gone into this bedroom, this bedroom, and been able to watch people in bed bang him while they were in this secret mirror at these parties.
There's a bit where someone says, "I did not fuck that pig Melton to get shit rolls."
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein must have been watching that. Like, fuck that pig. Like, that is definitely Weinstein.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So I find it so weird.
So she starts banging on the glass, and Dewey's like, "Oh shit, she's behind the glass. I can see the glass moving." So he shoots it, but unfortunately, she falls through. She's already been killed by Ghostface. So Gale then gets grabbed, and she fights Ghostface, and they both fall down some stairs into the basement. Dewey sees that Tyson's dead outside, so his phone rings, and it's Gale from the basement saying, "I'm trapped. I can't find my way out of here." And Ghostface is lying on the stairs. And it's so funny. It's such a Dewey moment. He's like, "How do I know this is really you, Gale?"
Mm.
And he's like, it's a serious question because there's now a voice changer in this plot. So, you know.
I think it's really shit when she goes to move and Ghostface just goes with his knife. It's so like, fuck off.
He goes,
it's so shit. It's like what me and Elijah games that me and Elijah play. It's like not what the killer's supposed to be dead and like, oh, it's a nervous reaction just as you move. It's ridiculous.
Hilariously, Dewey opens the basement door and sees Ghostface at the bottom of the stairs, who throws a knife at Dewey.
At his head.
And it just hits him in the head. It doesn't stab him. The handle hits him. He falls down the stairs, so he's just a clumsy oaf, isn't he?
Hmm.
I know he's been stabbed quite a few times now over the years, but he's just a clumsy guy.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Then Sidney gets a phone call that says, "Come to the mansion. I'll tell you who killed your mother. But your friends are here. You need to come here now." So Sidney's like, "Oh shit." So she searches the detective's office, finds a little gun, and she heads to the mansion.
Yep.
She arrives, she sees the carnage, dead bodies. She gets another phone call that says, "Welcome to the final act, Sidney." And he says, "Use this metal detector so I know you don't have a gun or a knife on you." She has a gun. He says, "Throw it in the pool." She sees Dewey and Gale tied up inside. Sid gets slapped and then she pulls out a gun and says, "It's your turn to scream now, motherfucker," and shoots him 4 times, thinking that's going to kill Ghostface. But the body vanishes again. The detective shows up just as the Ghostface has vanished.
She thinks it's a Kincaid.
It's done really well because he's too heroic to be true, almost, isn't he?
Mm.
It's almost like he's playing it, but he isn't, because Ghostface jumps out and stabs Kincaid and fights him, beats him up a little bit. Then we just get this massive fight where they're all fighting each other, and then Sidney runs off and says, "Come and get me, motherfucker." She locks herself in a room somehow, and again, this is another issue I've got with this. She just happens to find a secret book on the bookshelf that opens a secret doorway. How does she know this?
Yeah, she didn't try any other books. It's just forced.
Just the one book. I'm just going to try this one. She goes into a room that has a film of her mum playing, one of her mum's old horror movies, and then she hears her mother's voice, and it's her ghost sheet mum walking in the room, but it's revealed to be Ghostface underneath that.
So Roman's the one that's just figured out all this crazy technology with the voice changer. He's crazy, isn't he?
He says, "It's time to come to terms with your mother, Sidney."
He's like fucking... Hoogie Doogie, Titanic, and
James Cameron.
He's like James Cameron in his technology, isn't he? This
Well, he's a
this
director as
Roman
well, isn't he?
director. He is, yeah. It's like him.
Well, he then takes off the mask and he's Roman, the director, who reveals, I'm your half brother. And everyone's like, I remember in the cinema, everyone going, what? What the fuck? Half brother?
What is it?
And it turns out,
Do you think this is supposed to be like some sort of fucking Return of the Jedi shit?
yeah, that's why they got Carrie Fisher in it.
It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
So the plot is basically that he got Billy to kill her mum when she rejected him. When he found out his real mum and she rejected him, he was like, oh, I'll just go and get Billy Loomis to kill her then. And he says, that's what I do, Sid. I'm a director. I direct people.
So he went along, antagonised Billy, saying, I've got these videos of your mum going around town giving it to everybody. I'll let everybody see this. Unless you go around killing all these people and you get someone to do it with you. Okay, I'll do that. Just kill him.
Just kill him?
Just kill Roman. Surely that would have been easier.
Dewey and Gale untie themselves.
And
they help.
very impressively, Roman managed to get a job as a director in Hollywood on a big, massive picture. Managed to get all this job just to do this whole thing.
On a film.
How impressive.
On coincidentally, the remake of a film that he was involved in the original plotting of the murders of.
And he managed to work his way up as a director to get on set and do that just for that moment to kill. It's just like, come on.
It's very far-fetched, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very, very far-fetched.
And like, what? Wow, you've done what so many people want to do, get that job, and you're just doing it because you're going to kill. Unless he's an absolute genius. Do you know what I mean?
Kincaid gives Gale and Dewey a gun. Roman drags Lance Henriksen out of the basement and says, this is the guy that's responsible for what happened to your mum. They fucked her every which way but Sunday in this very room. And then he just says, this is the final cut. And then he cuts Lance Henriksen's throat. So Lance is dead now. Poor old Lance. And then there's another big fight. She manages to hold her own. He kicks her in the head a few times and starts strangling her. Dewey manages to blow the fuse so all the lights go out in the whole mansion, and the detective enters the room and immediately gets knocked out because he's shit at this point. Mind you, he's been stabbed and beaten up quite a few times. And then she does a Halloween remake. Now, she basically turns the tables and says, now it's your turn. She runs off and she vanishes. She hides in the room. Ghostface is looking for her, or Roman's looking for her. She grabs an ice pick. She Sharon Stones him in the back.
Mm.
Apparently, the scream he releases is a real one because she missed the pad under his shirt and actually stabbed him with a blunt ice pick.
Nice.
So well done, Neve Campbell, for doing that. I realised she stabs him 3 times, Gav. Stab 3. Get it?
Nice. As he lies on the floor dying, they hold hands.
Yeah, because they're brother and sister. If Luke and Leia can have a little kiss and everything's all right, then these two can hold hands. Yeah. I think it was because he never really found the family he wanted, and she thought, well, in death, as he's dying, I'll let him hold hands with the sister he was just trying to murder for the last 3 years. So yeah, he dies. Then he pops back up. And there's a hilarious moment where Dewey's just blasting away at him and he's not staying down because he's got a bulletproof vest on. And then they go, Dewey! Headshot! And he blows his head off. And Sid, Gale, Dewey, Kincaid are the only survivors. And we cut to an epilogue where Dewey and Gale are together. He proposes to her using her book.
Yeah, he proposes to her. Yeah, that's true.
It's a little.
And
that's quite a
they're waiting for. They're at Sydney's place out on the sticks, I presume. Sydney's gone for a walk with a dog. He's just proposed to her just randomly on the side there. Kincaid's just inside with popcorn. Why is Kincaid even there? Why is the detective there?
Surely that breaks a lot of police ethics.
I don't know why he's even there.
You don't hang out with the people that you've saved, do you? If you're
Surely you just have another case. You go into another case. You do this with all your cases. Just end up hanging out with them. It's so weird.
Does John McClane go around the houses of the people that he rescued in Die Hard and sort of, hey, remember me on that Christmas? Let's go in and watch a movie together. What the fuck? Why is that guy here? He's got shoes on this time. So yeah, he says, we're waiting to watch a movie. And there's this whole metaphor now at the end. She leaves the gate open on the farm. She doesn't put the alarms on.
Yeah.
She's open to the outside world again. She's trusting again.
This movie is too long. It is okay. It's all right. It's got some good bits I like, but it's 30 minutes too long. Same as the other one. Cut it down. Why is it 2 hours? It ruins it.
It ends with him saying, Sid, we're waiting for you to watch a movie. And she goes, what kind of movie? And he goes, you'll have to wait and see.
What's that mean?
I don't know. Imagine if he said a scary movie.
It's a
Stab
porno.
3. We're all going to watch it together.
Anal Intruders 2.
Diddy's coming over in a minute. We're all going to watch a big film together.
Have this drink.
Bill Cosby's drink. Skip that baby the boo. Drink my drink.
Yeah, we were looking for you.
He's another one. Jesus Christ. Anyway, look, this movie, it's a good movie. I like it, but
I like it, but yeah, it's got issues.
Here's my problems with it. You're right. It's about half an hour too long. There's a lot of big fights at the end that could have been cut right down. The plot is so stretched and far-fetched. It's really hard. When you break it down like we've done today, you can cut holes in it so easily. And I don't like the Jay and Bob thing. And there's the voice changer thing. I don't like that either because it's just too far-fetched. That technology just didn't exist. And doesn't really exist properly now.
You don't think of it until you review the film, and then you're like, how'd you do that?
But at the same time, Randy did say on the third one, anything goes, throw it all out the window. They're going to go as extreme as they can, and they do. And they thought this was going to be the last one, and I think they went out. If it was just Scream 1, 2, and 3, then it's not a bad way to end the trilogy. They do come back for a 4, and then they do a little sort of legacy reboot trilogy as well. But I don't know. It's the weakest of the original 3, but it's still worth the watch. And if you're a completist, you've got to see it. But Scream 1 and Scream 2 are definitely the best Scream movies. I still give it a thumbs up, though. But it's a thumbs up that's a little bit tired because it needs a rest about half an hour before the end of this film.
I'm with you on that. Apart from the Scream 2 bit. Alright, do check it out. If you haven't seen it, I'm sure you have though.
And tell us
what your favourite scary movie is.
Anyways, it's getting late.
It's getting late.
That
and
time of evening when we need to go.
Mr. Nobody's waiting for me at the top of the stairs. So We'll be back in a minute.
Yep.
To say goodbye.
Goodbye. And we're back again.
Back again to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, that was episode 178. That was Scream 2 and 3. Not sure if we'll come back to the Scream movies anytime soon. I'm not sure if might be worth. Tell us, do you want us guys to do any more? Probably not. Happy with that, doing the first 3. But
yeah, I'm fine with
we'll definitely come back to Wes Craven. I'm happy to come back and do a couple more movies from his we recently did The Hills Have Eyes, didn't we?
Yeah, so. I think Sarah would be happy if we'd finished the Scream movies.
There's a lot of them. I never thought there'd be 7 of them.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah.
But there we go. But then I never thought there'd be 11 Fast and Furious movies. So,
yeah,
we live and learn. So, what is coming up next? Got some breaking news for you, Gav, because you don't know what's coming up next, do you?
Oh, no, I don't. I'm doing it again, the foyer music.
So episode 179, our next episode, is a patron pick. And we have got Don Collier back on the throne for that episode. Don has selected 2 movies, Gav, for us to watch. That's
Alf.
One of them is going to blow your doors off.
Alf, the TV show, the movie.
No.
Okay.
The first one is a 2018 movie, which I have seen, called Climax. Gaspar Noé.
Oh,
Have you
okay.
seen
Yeah.
this?
No, it played at Fright Fest, and it was a big Monday ender, and I didn't bother going along to watch it. But I'd heard a lot about it, and I used to do a lot of work with a dance teacher making dance movies and things, and I discussed it with her because I was saying we should probably watch, but we never watched it. That's all I know about it.
I've seen it. It's
dance stuff.
Trippy, it's arty, and it gets very, very brutal. So that's all we'll talk about with that.
It's my first time then.
Oh, it's our first time climaxing.
It's my first climax.
That's
Everybody's
excellent.
going to listen to my first climax.
Well, I don't know if you'll be climaxing when you hear what the next movie is that he's picked.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
Yeah.
It's one movie that I've actively avoided watching. But we're going to be covering
Serbian film?
2016's The Greasy Strangler.
Oh my. Oh no.
Don, I think Don might know. I think you've seen it, haven't you?
I literally had this on Saturday. Sarah's going, I really want to watch Greasy Strangler today, and I said, please don't put me through it. And she said, I tried, watched it once, and it was too greasy for me. I was all grubby with grease, and then I think maybe another time a little bit of it, and I was like, no, I can't do this film. It's too greasy. So right now, Sarah's happy as a pig in shit.
I know she is.
And I am not happy about this, but because it's you patrons, I've got to do it. Fuck.
So Don, you've selected Climax and Greasy Strangler.
I don't expect nice words from me.
You'll be climaxing on a Greasy Strangler.
So greasy.
After that, though, episode 180. 180!
And it's so funny because I said to you at the weekend, I'm with Sarah, what are the next movies we're going to watch?
How funny that you two were discussing
and
it.
she wanted to watch it, and I was like, don't put me through it, I don't want to watch it. And that would have been the movie, so I'd have been like, oh, fuck, I'm going to have to watch it.
It's almost like she knew. After that, episode 180, we will be kicking off our summer with a return to Crystal Lake. We'll be doing Jason 7, The New Blood, from 1988, and then from 1989, because they love banging them out every year.
Jason Takes Manhattan.
Manhattan, baby. So that's what we'll be doing after that. And then for episode 181, we'll be going back to another franchise, which we're working our way through. And we'll be doing The Seed of Chucky in 2004 and The Curse of Chucky from 2013. I really like Curse.
Oh, cool.
So we're going to be covering Climax, Greasy Strangler, Jason 7, Jason 8, Chucky 5 and Chucky 6.
Greasy Strangler.
I've never seen it, so
it's just so greasy.
I read the synopsis on IMDb and I was like, what the
You watched
fuck?
it and you're just like, oh, this is just such a horrible world that I don't want to be looking at. I can I smell it, I could taste it, I need to shower.
Don is very keen to hear our thoughts on it, so I'll make sure we get lots of
I don't know
thoughts and
how it
details
ends
on that.
either, but it's just greasy, big long dick, and it's just
Oh my god.
God.
Do you think we should do?
It's disgusting.
Should we do that and then climax with Climax?
I don't know.
It's going to be a bit of a messy episode because the ending of Climax is very.
I think it's going to be a sloppy episode.
Well, the end of Climax is very messy and sloppy as well. So we'll check those two out.
Do Greasy Strangler first.
Yeah, we'll do them in the order they came out. There we go. So that's what's coming up next.
And I think Sarah's going to be gutted because I don't think I'm going to see her again in time to watch before we record again.
Well, might be able to watch it remotely with her. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's what's coming up next, guys. Thanks for sticking with us.
Thanks, dudes. Thanks.
We love doing this shit. I always say it's like therapy.
Apart from the Greasy Strangler.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I don't know yet. But I'll be getting my baby oil out for that. Don't you worry.
Oh.
Or my grease. My lard.
It's probably P. Diddy's favourite movie.
Oh, God. Well, probably time for us to do our usual thank yous and housekeepings before we say goodnight and goodbye to you all.
Housekeeping.
So, as always, we have been the podcast on Haunted Hill, a proud member of Legion Podcast Network for coming up on 12 years now, which is absolutely mental.
That's crazy.
That is crazy. We're also under the Deadbolt Media umbrella. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. If you want to know more about Legion Podcasts, go to legionpodcast.com, where you can find out about us and all the other shows on the network, including all of our previous and past shows over the years. You can email us directly at the podcast on Haunted Hill at outlook.com to ask us questions or tell us to fuck off or whatever it is you want to do. Send us pictures of a greasy strangler, whatever you want to do, and I'll send them all over to Gav. We're on Facebook as well. You can search for Legion. Just go to Legion Podcast on Facebook and join the community there. Again, all the other podcasts and shows that are on that network are on there. And we've got our own Facebook page. Again, it's the podcast on Haunted Hill. Nice and easy to find. You can join our community of absolutely crazy people that we love and adore and we've known for, again, almost 12 years. So it's a real family there. I've got some really good friends I've made over the years on there. It's definitely worth joining that. Wherever you're listening to us now is where you can continue to listen to us. We're on most podcast platforms: Spotify, YouTube, Podknife, Podbean, Apple, Podcast Addict, and all the usuals. Just Google the podcast on Haunted Hill. And we're on Instagram. We really only use our Instagram to promote each episode, but the link is always on there as well. So if you want to find us on Instagram, we're on the podcast on Haunted Hill. Insta is our handle, all one word. We mentioned Deadbolt Media. That's our production company. We have a website, which is deadboltfilms.com. Within Deadbolt Media, we make short films, feature films, comic books. This podcast, Gav's other show, which is back from its hiatus.
The High Strangeness podcast.
Recently covered, well, in fact, very recently, I listened to it this morning, doppelgangers and that syndrome where you think that everybody around you has been replaced or cloned.
Yeah, that's a wacky episode.
And mimics as well.
Yeah.
So if you ever hear your own voice calling you, don't go. Don't go. Deadbolt Films also has a channel on YouTube. So it's Deadbolt Films. Go there. You can watch our Star Wars horror film that we've done. You can watch Amanda, our found footage horror movie, and a bunch of other stuff that's on there as well. And again, Instagram, it's just Deadbolt Films, all one word. Lots of promotion on there, behind the scenes stuff, little teasers of things that might be coming. Finally, we are on Patreon. So if you want to support the show financially and help us out, then we would really appreciate that. You don't have to do it, but we absolutely love it if you do.
Massively appreciate it, thank you.
And
It makes us
do
the episodes.
It pushes us, and it also helps to pay for things like rentals of films, buying new equipment, headphones, etc. if we need it, and just really helps keep the show ticking along because there are some costs involved in podcasting. If you become a patron, there are perks, one of which is you will get a t-shirt sent out to you wherever you live in the world in one of 3 colours. You will also get to pick an episode, the 2 films for the episode, just like Don and his climactic greasing strangling for the next episode. So you'll get to tell us why you want us to watch those films. And every 3 episodes is a patron pick. You also get exclusive access to every episode ever that we've ever done, which is now on Patreon, and we occasionally release the episodes early to our patrons as exclusives, and sometimes there's additional bonus content on there as well.
Yeah, there is some additional bonus content on there, so you can go back to the catalogue. There's a few videos, there's extra stuff people haven't seen, extra little podcasts. I've done a few little reviews here and there of different films.
Yeah, and I've done 1 or 2 tiny little things here and there as well.
Yeah.
It's all on there. You can access absolutely everything we've done as soon as you
Does
join
all the
Patreon.
bonus stuff have its own category, or do you have to go through all the episodes to find it?
You just scroll back through it all.
Yeah,
I believe there's a search function on Patreon, so you can just
do extra or
type the word bonus or exclusive,
yeah.
and you'll find it on there. And as always, I will be thanking every patron at the end of every episode by name, and we've got 2 new ones as well to add to the list. So thank you to all of our patrons, and by name, I will thank you now. It's a longer list now, Gav, so get ready.
I'm ready.
Thank you to Schizophrenic Synapse, Sheila, Dante, Don Collier, the Greasy Strangler, Matthew Godley, Jamie Jenkins, Kevin S. Fife, Sarah Kay, Rachel, RJ McCready, and Lex Boo.
Hey,
Thank
you
you guys.
are the champions. Golf clap, golf
Amazing.
clap. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our patrons. Thank you to all of our listeners, supporters, people that just share, like, comment, and anything you do.
And just enjoy coming along with the journey with us. We appreciate it.
We always love it when you come back, when you come front, or when you come side.
As
Whichever
long as you come. That's the
as long
main
as you
thing.
come. That's it. Gav, it's been a pleasure as always to dissect some meta slasher films with you.
It was nice to talk about them. You know, it's fine to talk about them. I'm kind of glad we did it, but not running back to them anytime soon. But I probably will at some point again in the future.
Yeah, they have their place in horror history.
Yeah,
Scream.
they do. Yeah, it's one of those things you're like, oh, I fancy watching the Scream movies, and you do like a few of them. Do you know what I mean? That's how you do it, I think.
You probably watch a couple in a few nights.
But anyway, it's a good night from Ghostface or Jizzface.
It's a good night from how the fuck did he end up over there, but then pop up over there, but then throw someone out of a window when it was really a little woman, and then do this and then do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
And it's a good night from Lance Henriksen's secret room.
It is. And that's also the problem with Thanksgiving, where at the end, when you find out who it is, and you look back through it, you go, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. It can't be there. Can't be there. Unless he's got little portals for time. But anyway.
That could be a good horror movie where someone finds a portal device.
Have you seen Time?
Yes, we're going to be covering it soon. Yeah, we're covering it soon.
Are we? Splendid.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a good night for me. It's a good night for Dan. It's a good night for all of us. Be safe. Be happy. Lock closed doors, windows, look under the bed, in the cupboard, down the toilet.
And if somebody phones you and asks you what your favourite scary movie is, make sure you tell them The Greasy Strangler. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you for listening to the podcast on Haunted Hill. We will be back again real soon.